Swimming Championships, live, only on KCRG 9.2.
Hello and welcome to Iowa City. We are on the campus of the University of Iowa here at the CRWC pool for the finals edition of the 2024 Iowa High School Athletic Association State Swimming Championships. I am Coach Don Spellman, joined here by my play-by-play man, Jake Gattenbein.
Got it. You got it.
Got it this year.
Right.
I call him Jake G on my phone. I go by Donnie P on my phone. But we're going to start today. We have some awards, Hall of Fame awards, and some recognitions we're going to do from the sites around the state yesterday. On the docket, though, we're going to first event in the pool is going to be the 200 medley relay. The format today, you're going to have 3 heats of the relays, and then a final and a B final of the other events, the individual events. The relays are double points, so you want to keep that in mind. Some of these teams are going to be switching up their strategy on who they put on those relays from last week, especially if some of their swimmers don't have as many individual swims today. They'll try to go with some fresh bodies and some fresh speed on those relays. And we'll also have the introduction of teams before we get going. But we're slated to have some really fast swims, especially based on yesterday. We had a lot of consideration and automatic All-American cuts. We did have a state record. The 100-back state record went down yesterday. Owen Childs from Pleasant Valley did that in prelims. And we will be looking for some possible state records in the 500 free, 2IM, and maybe some of the relays too. We'll see how inspired some of these young men get before those races go off. Format though is 25-yard pool, pretty standard for college and high school swimming, and we will also have some cool down breaks. We'll make sure we talk to you people watching at home about those. And right now we're going to turn it over to Corey Hars, our PA announcer.
All relay events are competing today along with individual swimmers in the consolation and championship events. Presentations will begin around 12:05 and the start time for the event is 12:30. We need your cooperation with staying quiet when the referee sounds the whistle at each start to ensure a fair opportunity for all swimmers. Please check your cell phones and make sure they're in silent mode and refrain from using any flash photography until swimmers are in the water. Thank you.
We're getting the teams lined up here for the introduction of the participating teams.
The schedule here is going to be, they're going to introduce the teams through the PA. You'll hear Corey's voice there. And then they're going to do some Hall of Fame. We have 3 new members of the Hall of Fame this year.
2 from Iowa City West.
Yep. And then we'll do teammates from Iowa City West. And then we'll get the anthem. Anthem last night was terrific. Don't know if that young lady is back today, but hope so. She did a really good job.
Actually, no, it's a new crew today.
Okay.
National anthem.
And then, as you heard you may have heard Corey say over the PA that swimming will start at 12:30. One thing that Don didn't mention, there are 4 para swims today. The para swims were added a few years ago. It's a great addition to this meet. There's going to be 4 para events. It'll be the 200 free, the 100 free, the 50 free, and the 100 back.
And they're finals only. They did not race yesterday, so the pair events are just mixed in with the other heats today.
And if you've watched the last few years, you might recognize some familiar names there. We've got some familiar faces from last year's meet, as well as 2 years ago's meet as well. So again, it's a great addition to this meet. Excited to watch those gentlemen swim as well. Yeah, we should have a good day today.
Should we talk a little bit about the team race while Corey's working his way back?
Yeah, so Waukee and Valley are the 2 that we're looking at in regards to the team race. So and we'll point that out over the course of the meet today when we look at different heats. And
I did 3 different scenarios last night. Well, after we went to dinner, I had 2 of those with Valley winning, 1 of those with Waukee. There's going to be a battle for third, I think, between Linn-Mar, Iowa City West, and Pleasant Valley, kind of shaping out just based on strictly number of swims. Those that could fluctuate. Like I was texting West High coach Byron Butler today about how the relays are going to shape out, but we've seen stranger things. There might be a possible DQ in a relay that can take a team out of the top 5, but that's kind of our storyline. I think we're going to have a meet that looks a lot like 2018 when Ames and Valley went after it, and it came down to the last relay, and Dan Flannery and his crew got together and got enough points in that relay that they won the meet by one point, or 1.5 points, I think. But that might be the case today. We'll try to keep up on the math, make sure we get the relay results out to you as quick as we can.
Well, between Gorman and Childs, you've got the top seed in 3 individual events for Pleasant Valley.
Right.
So that's going to be a lot of points for them if they hold serve in those, and then Gorman's in the final heat of the final 500 free as well. So
and has a suit for today.
It has a suit.
He has a tech suit that is legal and ready to go for today.
Talked a little bit about that yesterday.
Yeah, he swam in a brief yesterday. Got into the final 8, swimming in an old school brief. But yeah,
high school swim coaches
will have a suit on
honors
today.
the team that scores the most power points at the district meet. The power point score is representative of the entire team's effort. Presenting this award is Sean DeBoeuf, president of the Iowa High School Swim Coaches Association. With 4,116 power points, the 2024 team champions are the Waukee Warriors and head coach Dan Briggs. Congratulations, Warriors.
Waukee, of course, your defending state champs there, led by Coach Dan Briggs. That program will be split into 2 programs next year when they get the new aquatic center out in that area finished.
Had a chance to look at some pictures today. Oh boy, that's gonna be quite the facility.
Another 50-meter indoor pool.
Can never have enough of those here.
And we'll probably end up coaching some club swim meets out there, Jake. So I know some decent restaurants in that area too if we need to.
I'm always food motivated, so we're good. The award that Waukee just got is basically PowerPoint award. So based off of swims, based off of times.
And team depth.
Yeah, but the PowerPoints are awarded all based off of times. So the faster you go, the more PowerPoints that you get. And they accumulated the most PowerPoints
the regular
season.
The regular season.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iowa High School Athletic Association welcomes you to its high school state swimming championships. These championships have produced athletes who became members of NCAA championship teams, won NCAA and world titles, and have become Olympic competitors. Let's introduce the 216 athletes from the 38 teams competing in this year's championships. Up first, the Williamsburg Raiders and head coach Jan Severins. The Iowa City West Trojans and head coach Zach Armstrong. The Dubuque Hempstead Mustangs and head coach Rick Lofelholtz. The Big Reds from Centerville and head coach Amber White. The West Des Moines Valley Tigers and their head coach Sean DeBoeuf. The Southeast Polk Rams and head coach Dustin Kassler. The Indians of Indianola and their head coach, Aaron Strain. The Ames Little Cyclones and head coach, Joe Fisher. The Davenport West Falcons and head coach, Kyle Verdon. The Tigers from Cedar Falls and head coach, Cliff Paulson. The Clinton River Kings and their head coach, Albert Hayton. And the Bettendorf Bulldogs and head coach, Mike Ahrens. The Vinton Shellsburg CPU's Stormin' Vikings and their head coach, Rob Levis. The Marshalltown Bobcats and head coach, Mike Loopy. The Cougars from Cedar Rapids Kennedy and their head coach, Chad Derline. The Dowling Catholic Maroons and head coach, Paul Urey. The Burlington Greyhounds and head coach, Jason Dixon. The Titans from Lewis Central and head coach, Bruce Schomburg. The Johnston Dragons and head coach, Darren Robertson. The Carroll Tigers and their head coach, Deb Danner. The Newton NCMP Cardinals and head coach, Lucas Warner. The Decorah Vikings and head coach, Lauren Stortz. The Tigers from Grinnell and head coach, Travis Smith. The Muscatine Muskies and their Hall of Fame head coach, Judd Anderson. The Des Moines Roosevelt Rough Riders and head coach, Tim Brown. The Ottumwa Bulldogs and head coach, Joseph Jivak. The Warriors of Cedar Rapids, Washington, and their head coach, Matt Sinnott. The Davenport Central Blue Devils and head coach, Brian Heller. The Little Hawks from Iowa City City High and their head coach, Mandy Kowal. The Ankeny Hawks and head coach, Dustin Rhodes. The Boone Toreadors and head coach, Chris Mann. The Spartans from Pleasant Valley and their head coach, Stacy Zapolsky. The Waukee Warriors and head coach, Dan Briggs. The Jayhawks of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, and head coach, Jessica Hinkie. The Dubuque Senior Rams and their head coach, Jesse Huff. The Keokuk Chiefs and head coach, Andrea Wooster. The Lidmar Lions and head coach, Ian Hoover Grindy. And the Sioux City Spartans and their head coach, Eric Hoke. Let's hear it once again for all of our individual and relay qualifiers.
Get into some Hall of Fame stuff now. Again,
Yep.
3 new members.
2 teammates from Iowa City West and a former diver from Cedar Rapids, Washington.
We are now pleased to present the 2024 Hall of Fame class of the Iowa High School Swim Coaches Association. The IHSSCA has selected Hall of Fame members since 1976, and the Iowa High School Athletic Association would like to take this time to help honor 3 excellent representatives of Iowa High School boys swimming with induction into the Hall of Fame. Presenting the awards today is the Hall of Fame chairperson for the IHSSCA, Jesse Huff. Our first inductee was a state champion diver, placing at the state meet from his sophomore through his senior year for Powerhouse Cedar Rapids, Washington. He was a 2-time AAU Male Diver of the Year and coached by Dr. John Ferguson and Ron Munn before taking his diving talents to the University of Georgia. He returned to Washington and coached diving for 16 seasons, qualifying state meet divers in 14 of those years. Please welcome into the IHSSCA Hall of Fame, Don Baer. Our next inductee is a 2017 graduate of Iowa City West, where he starred in 3 sports and won 8 event titles across 4 varsity seasons. His 50 freestyle win in 2017 capped a career with 7 relay titles, including a spot on all 3 relays in West Sweep and team title in 2015. This swimming Hall of Famer also competed in state championship games in baseball and football and had college offers in all 3 sports, selecting football and starring as a Big Ten wide receiver before becoming a professional football player. Please welcome into the Hall of Fame and back to Iowa City, Oliver Martin.
He's got a little brother swimming here today. A couple sprint events and relays.
Got a chance to win some titles.
Today's final honoree was Oliver Martin's teammate at Iowa City West and is one of the most decorated swimmers in state history. He won 8 event titles for the Trojans and helped the squad win back-to-back team titles in 2014 and 2015, and served as anchor for the 2016 200 freestyle relay group that entered this weekend, still holding the state meet record of 1:22:55. He went on to compete at the University of Iowa and is part of the school record-holding 200 and 400 freestyle relay teams. Please help us congratulate 2024 Hall of Famer, William Scott.
So great to see those guys get some recognition. I was lucky enough to coach Oliver when he was a 12 and under swimmer, first starting out. He was also a great baseball player back then. I thought that was going to be his sport of choice. And then Will Scott, got to see him swim, I think, collegiate level over here.
For our 2024 Iowa High School Swim Coaches Association Hall of Fame, Don Baer, Oliver Martin, and William Scott. Before we begin today's championships, the IHSAA would like to take a moment to honor this year's loss of an Iowa high school swimming icon, the late Chris Cruz. Chris was a state championship person in addition to his wins as a swimmer and a coach at Cedar Rapids, Washington. Chris passed away in September, but his positive impact on this sport, his school, and his community lives on. Please help us remember Chris now with a brief moment of silence. Thank you. Swim fan, please welcome Gretchen Gerke. Gretchen is a sophomore at Regina High School in Iowa City and is here to cheer for her brother Max, a senior on the West High Trojan Bolt swim team. She has been studying voice since she was 7 years old with a focus on classical voice methods and currently sings in the Regina High and St. Thomas More choirs. Gretchen is also a member of the girls' Trojan Bolt swim team and was a high school state qualifier in the 200 and 500 freestyle events. Please stand if you are able, direct your attention to the flag, and remove your hats for our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Gretchen Gerke.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Another excellent
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it
national
for
anthem.
Gerke.
Yeah, both young ladies did a terrific job last night and today. And as you heard from Corey,
Please report to your respective areas at this time. Swimmers competing in the 200-meter relay should report to the state.
as you heard from Corey, that was Max Gerke's
Sister.
younger sister.
Yep.
Also a pretty good swimmer as well.
First heat of the relay.
So we got the Martin family recognized here again. Oliver, ended up being a football player at Nebraska, Michigan, and the University of Iowa in his career. He's still looking to compete in the professional ranks in that sport. But his brother is going to be swimming the 50 and the 100 free in the finals today. That's the youngest of the Martin family, and the sisters are both very good swimmers as well. Ruby had a stellar career, which included trips to Olympic trials, a fourth-place finish in 200 fly 2016, and she had a good career out there in Tempe at the University of Arizona State University. And then younger sister Scarlett is a current member in her sophomore season here at the University of Iowa and doing quite well in the Big Ten. She was Big Ten Swimmer of the Week last week for some of her swims.
I'm sure competing teams in Iowa are not super sad to hear that it's the last Martin coming through.
Yeah, well,
they,
but he's going to do some damage on the way out. And he's also a pretty good football player. That was always a trick with Oliver was trying to find time to get him to get to the pool when he was doing travel baseball teams.
They tend to win a lot more than they lose, so probably not a whole lot of tears being shed to see that it's the last one coming through. They've been a joy to watch. It's a lot of fun throughout the years to watch that family swim and compete.
We should be seeing some teams lining up here, so we're going to have the first of 3 heats. For event 1, the 200 medley relay. The relays are time finals. They did not swim these yesterday. They're racing today. Seeded off their times from districts last week. You will see some substitutions. We'll try to keep an eye on that, but I think we got a pretty accurate roster. The only thing is the coaches can, substitute up to 5 minutes? Is it 5 minutes before the relay?
I believe so, yeah. I believe if they haven't changed it since I was around. Just a couple of things on scoring. So in the individual events, if you're in that first heat, the best you're going to be able to score is 9th.
Yep.
Even if you go faster than those top 8 in the next heat, the best you're going to score is 9th. On the relays,
it rewards consistency.
On the relays, you can see somebody in heat 1 win the event. Now, that's not often that happens, but it is a possibility from a scoring perspective to see somebody in heat 1, lane 2 to win the whole thing.
A couple years ago at the girls' state meet, we saw Waukee win the 400 free relay from the third, well, it would have been the second to last heat. So the last heat swam, but the heat before, Waukee switched up their lineup and posted a better time by about, I think it was a little under a second.
So if you're scoring at home, which I know all of you are doing, make sure that you understand that relays, anybody can finish anywhere, but on those individual events, the B final, no matter how fast you go in that B final, the best place you're gonna get is 9th.
The other thing we're going to be looking at in relays is the exchanges. So they're going to be, a lot of these teams that are trying to score are going to be pushing the exchanges a little more than the teams that are in the top 5 or 6. They'll be probably doing a little more conservative exchanges. And what I mean by that, when they touch the wall, the official's going to look at the feet leave and then look down to see if there's a hand on the wall. So they give the benefit of the doubt to the swimmers. And those relays need dual confirmation. So you have 2 officials have to both see the same infraction for those relays to get disqualified.
So if you have one official, they're going to meet in the middle. If they've got a DQ, they'll discuss it. If you've got one official that says, yes, I had lane 6, and the other official says, I had lane 3, both are safe because neither had dual confirmation in regards to the disqualification. So both sets of eyes have to see that and confirm it in order for that to be a false start. Otherwise, they're good. So you have that. You have those situations where one official sees something, the other official does not, and they can't call it because they need dual confirmation here.
Yeah, and they're going to be at a good angle. They're going to be right by the side of the pool there to watch that. We did see a disqualification at 2 IM yesterday that would have affected scoring, but we also saw some issues with swimsuits. So digging into that a little bit, you can have a certain sized logo on your suit for the high school competition. Those are different rules than FINA has for international competitions. In like college, you can't have more than one logo on the suit. So some of these manufacturers that, especially in the European and Asian markets, if you're getting some of those suits imported through a third party online, you can wind up with a suit from another market besides North American market, and it can have extra branding on it. So Jake's run into that before. We won't get into that, but
I have some bad history and some bad nightmares about that, so I'm going to let Don handle this.
We did talk about that last night, though, at dinner with co-college coach joined us for dinner. We went through some scenarios we had with
as the kids say, if you know, right? And if you know out there, you know the story. So we're gonna cut to commercial real quick, and we'll be back for the start of the meet. So you're watching Boys State swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2.
Welcome back to the CRWC pool here in Iowa City, right downtown. We are right by the Iowa River here, and we got a lot of water inside that's going to be churning once we get this meet going.
Boy, I didn't know how you were going to connect that, but that was pretty good.
Thank you. I was down here during the floods. I sandbagged this corner, but anyway, that's another story.
Did you have your waders on for that? Or?
Shorts and a T-shirt. Okay. We are 200 medley relay is going to be starting us off today. They're lining up those competitors right now. This will be keep our eyes on how Waukee and Valley and Limar and some of these teams finish. But we also going to have those nickel and dime points of guys that may not have swam a lot yesterday or didn't swim at all, coming in here fresh and going to be firing off in these first couple of heats.
Yeah, so just one more reminder, just because you swam this at districts does not mean you are swimming this today. The teams are, but the swimmers can be different. So what a lot of...
And here comes the first heat.
Let us wait no longer, ladies and gentlemen. The first points of the meet are up for grabs. This is the first event, the 200 medley relay. State record time in this event is a 1:30.87 from 2022. Iowa City West, Boyd Skelly, Jordan Christensen, Holden Carter, and Kirk Brotherton. All-American time in this event is a 1:32.76. All-American consideration is 1:34.41. This is heat 1 of 3 in lane 1 from Des Moines, Roosevelt, Taylor Thompson, Joe Schweisow, Jack Franks, and Fritz Barber. In 2, Vinton Sheldberg, CPU, Wes Farrell, Braden Beck, Hunter Kempton, and James DeSmets. In 3 from Marshalltown, Michael Lechner, Sam Griesel, Charlie Gilbertson, and Lincoln Barker. In 4 from Muscatine, Joe McCleary, Maddox Warren, Dakota Dulkey, and Kyle Ricketts. In 5 from Johnston, Logan Williams, Manit Sheff, Max Deacon, and Jax Meyer. In 6 is City High, Lars Hackathorn, Drew Brown, Grant Bumstead, and Charlie Foll. In 7 for Grinnell, Jeff Seek, Isaac Reinhardt, Ian Durr, and Brody Pettig. And in lane 8 from Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, Tyler Brecky, Connor Belo, Drake Klein, and AJ Miller. Mr. Starter.
So to put a quick bow on that discussion, in individual events, the individual qualifies. In relay events, the team qualifies. So you can swim 4 completely different athletes today than you did last week. So again, as Coach Don said, watch the exchanges here.
The reason you do that, you sub them out, try to get a little competitive advantage with some of your guys that are maybe more tapered this week.
Well, and especially in this heat, you might have teams that just wanted to get in.
Your bookends is at Roosevelt and Kennedy. This is the only relays they got at this week.
Right.
So
and you just want to get in the meet and then fiddle around after that with the athletes that are going to be swimming on it.
Kennedy had some good swims last weekend, but just ended up a little bit short in that 4x1. But they got this medley in.
Looks like Vinton's out front after backstroke.
Vinton, an interesting story there. They train in a 20-yard pool up there at the Iowa School of the Blind in Vinton on that campus, and they have good turns. They do a lot more turns than everybody.
A lot of work on turns there in a 20-yard pool.
Right now, taking the lead here.
Johnston?
Yeah, it looks like Johnson with 27-7 split. Their breaststroker was.
And on those exchanges, as long as the toes are still on the block when the person touches, they're good. So they can be moving all the way through as long as those toes are in contact.
It only got to be one toe even.
Right.
It's got only got to be 1 foot.
Some part of it.
Johnson's extending that lead here with Max Deacon, their butterflyer. Lane 1 making a push there, though. That's Roosevelt. Again, their only relay today. Coach Tim Brown was getting those guys psyched up here before the race down in the corner section.
Again, there's some challenges with swimming on those outside lanes. We talked about that last night, outside smoke, the wake and everything else in those outside lanes.
Coming in the finish. This one's all Johnson, 139.99. Over a 2-second drop from last week. Second's going to go out there to Roosevelt, lane 1, and your third place finisher in the first heat will be Marshalltown, 141.49 for the Bobcats.
Looks like we're good. I don't see any discussions down there.
I'm watching the corner here.
Might be a timing issue with the stopwatches for lane 1, but I don't think there's any issues.
Or a touchpad.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. So those touchpads, they need about 8 to 10 pounds of pressure to activate. The older they get, the less consistent they are. But next heat is on the way.
On their way to the blocks is heat 2 of the 200 medley relay. Starting in lane 1 from Decorah, Isaac Kanak, Mason Cody, Simon Coots, and Dylan Hogan. In 2 from Dubuque Hempstead, Jake Dolphin, Brandon Decker, Mason Lem, and Michael Rhett Gilbertson. In 3, Dubuque Senior, William Fry, Zach Heyer, Garrett Herber, and Walter Freund. In 4 for Ottumwa, Jonathan Miller, Ashton Givok, Nathan Calhoun, and Cameron Maneri. In 5 is Cedar Falls, Alex Englehart, Sam Weaver, Peyton Riggins, and Jack Constantine. In 6 for Ames, Ian McCorkle, Justin Shin, Jones Drury, and Keenan Tainer. In 7 for Dowling Catholic, Nick Rounds, Ethan Spracklin, Andrew Honkamp, and Jack McGuire. And an 8 from Bettendorf, Jacob Midvolsky, Trey Gross, Mateo Surma, and Oscar Schmidt. Mr. Starter.
We got a sub in lane 7. That's Rounds in there leading off Dowling. It's a late substitution. We'll keep an eye on that. He's going to be in the final of the 100 back coming up later.
Watch the underwaters on backstroke here. Well, really on everyone, but
back and fly, they'll push those 15 meter marks there. Early leader out there in 7. That's Nick Rounds. He's going to be in the final of the 100 back coming up later today. And a good sprint freestyler. They're out way out front there. Oh, 22-7-1 out there for Dowling Catholic.
William Fry out there for senior, touching second.
Yeah, good battle for second and third shaping up right now. Here come the breaststrokers. They'll catch up with Dowling a little bit here. Some of these guys a little more specialized in this stroke.
Duncan Freund over there in 3, trying to make a push. Over there in 4, Ashton Givok.
Wow, 4 teams right in it. Ames coming on here with the fly leg out lane 6. Dowling still in the lead, though, over here in lane 7 with that early substitution.
And those middle 4 lanes trying to make a push. Looks like Herber for senior over there, distancing a little bit.
And as we see those substitutions come into play, clean water here for West Des Moines Dowling Catholic.
That's Jack. We think that's Jack McGuire anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. And then
over there for senior, Walter Freund trying to hold everybody else off for second.
So this one's going to be Dowling Catholic out of lane 7. 21-6 on the anchor leg. They're going to post a 135.22. Moving up a lot from their seed time last week. That's Dubuque Senior over there in lane 3 for second. Your third place finisher, 137.56. That'll be Cedar Falls in lane 5.
So now we get to our final heat.
In the middle, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 in this upcoming heat all have consideration cuts coming into this meet. We do have the officials talking here. Watch and see if they communicate about one of the heats. Look at this scoreboard. I think we're good.
Usually you'll see that. You'll see the scoreboard has the capability of throwing up a DQ up there.
And in college they announce it. If there's a relay DQ, they'll make an announcement before the next heat. Not sure. High school, I've seen them do that. Some states that don't. But
so time to beat for this heat is that 135.22 that Dowling Catholic just put up.
And a few of them already done that. And coming in here with that under that 134.41 consideration standard, your automatic All-American time would be a 132.76. I think we'll see 1 or 2 of those. State record, I don't know, 130.87. I think that might be a little quick today. If some of these teams push the exchanges, they might be close to that. But those guys, when they did that, were way out front that year.
And if you push an exchange too far,
freestyle para and the 200 freestyle consolation and championship finals. After the 2 freestyles, we'll have awards for the 200 medley relay.
Did we miss a heat of 2 medley?
No, I think they're lining up. The starter's talking to the table down here, so I'm wondering if there's maybe a connection issue with a backup button.
The whole idea behind pushing your starts, obviously, is to go faster, right? You push it too far, though, and you've got teams that are in a championship possibility race that lose a lot of points.
Last heat on the way.
Third and final heat to the 200 medley relay. In lane 1 from Ankeny, Brock Peterson, Nicholas Roby, and Owen Schwabach. And Owen Evans. In 2 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Gavin Lucas, Joe Summeroff, Andrew Seifert, and Marcus Seifert. In 3 from Waukee, Dylan Holtz, Jake Hamling, Klein Brock, and Lex Plagier. In 4 is Iowa City West, Hayden Hakes, Winston Fan, Holden Carter, and Max Gerke. In 5 is Valley, Dylan Nelson, Charlie Bishop, Jack Carver, and Harrison and Amy. In 6 for Linn-Mar, Mason Turner, Parker Mako, Colin Taylor, and Hudson Hubert. In 7 for Sioux City, Kellen Dean, Hudson Bonk, Max Asoff, and Micah Vandevets. And in 8 from Carroll, Kyle Sundrup, Legan Cease, Ty Thomas, and Tegan Renzi. Mr. Starter.
So last heat here in the water. Again, you want to watch those 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where your champ will probably come from.
I think the back end of West is going to be pretty quick. They got 2 seniors back there, Holden Carter and Max Gerke doing the duties there. So if it's close, I want to say a slight advantage to West.
Waukee and Dylan Alt out front early, 23-14.
Because those 2 guys, too, it's their home pool for club swimming.
Great exchange and start off the block there for Charlie Bishop, the breaststroker for West Des Moines Valley.
Valley still out front. 24/7 on their breaststroker. Here comes West. Watch this turn by Holden Carter. We'll see how long he stays underwater. All right, here comes West asserting themselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure Gerke's going to get caught at this point.
West High's just like 6 miles down the road here from this pool. So it's West.
Yeah. Not sure half a body length is going to be overcome here.
Yeah, Valley, Waukee, we're seeing the team race take shape right here tonight too. Max Gerke, the former distance guy, sprinting home here. 20.4 on Gerke.
And that's those are a lot of big points.
That's
there.
A new state record. That is
Wow.
a new state record if those exchanges hold up. 130.31 for Iowa City West.
And that was set 2 years ago by West. 130.87 was the previous record.
And I was wondering if that front end was going to help them get it, but they set up that back half of that relay really nicely. Credit to Holden Carter and Max Gerke, the 2 senior leaders on that team, to get them home there. Byron Butler warned me this morning. He thought that they were going to be in business there. Second's going to go unofficially to Valley, and then Waukee's going to get your 3rd place.
And those are big for team points.
We'll see the officials. I think we're okay. They're still down there communicating, but that is a new state record. Congratulations to the Trojan Bolts from Iowa City West High and Iowa City Liberty High School.
Saw a little conversation down there with Ankeny's relay. One of the officials, I'm not sure if that was just a, hey, be careful. Next event's going to be that our first para event. Nathaniel Crow is going to swim the 200 free. and he is the state record holder. Nathaniel swimming for Williamsburg.
One of 2 Paralympic athletes racing today for Williamsburg.
So again, his state record from last year is 4:12. He comes in with a time of 3:51, so he's already quite a bit improved from that already. So we'll see what he can go here, see if he can get under that 3:51 of his seat time and really shatter that state record he set last year.
Now there's more classifications when you get into this at USA Swimming, and meets related to the U.S. Olympic Committee and Paralympic meets. Here we have just one class for these athletes, as we're just starting to get this going here in the state of Iowa.
I think this might be year 3 or 4.
For the boys, I think it's year 4. He's out 45.6 there, the first 50. In Williamsburg, there are two qualifiers this year, both Paralympic swimmers. We're going to see Nathaniel's teammate, James Duncan, coming up later. He's also a senior in Williamsburg. Those of you who don't know Iowa, Williamsburg's just down the road, about 30 minutes here from Iowa City on I-80.
Nathaniel swimming again in the backstroke a little bit later in our meet. Again, just a tremendous job by everybody that made the decision to include these events at the state meet.
Yeah, it gets these guys into becomes part of their high school team. Plus, I think it's going to be helpful too, getting swimmers into the Paralympic sports. So we've seen it in track, we're seeing it in swimming. Especially these individual sports, you can get out there and compete now. And every 4 years there are Paralympic trials. We've had a handful of athletes from Iowa swimming clubs compete at those over the last 16 years.
I mean, any way we can increase participation in the sport is a good thing.
He's going to be right on his seat time here. He might pick up his tempo here last 50. He had a spinal injury that left him with limited use of his legs, so wanted to keep doing sports and stuck with swimming. And he's going to turn 59.8 there. 50 to go.
We'll get you some results as we go here too. Just got handed the official medley relay results. We'll get you those. Team scores are going to be up on the scoreboard too, so when we cut to the scoreboard, you will be able to see that.
The top 10 will start fluctuating after we get through the first couple individual events too. 25 left here for Nathaniel Crow from Williamsburg.
And his seat time is 3:51. I got to think he's going to get in there before that.
Oh yeah, he's dropping. Nice drop. It's 3:30 right now coming into the flags.
Get under 3:40. Come on.
Crowd's getting louder.
Under 3:40.
Good touch.
There we go.
There it is. Just under 3:40. 3:39.41 for Nathaniel Crow. That's going to be a new state record for the Paralympic 200-yard freestyle event.
So you see that improvement in 1 year, right? Went 4:12 last year. Now 3:39 this year. That's 33 seconds.
Well, even in 1 week.
Right, even in a week. Right. Even from week to week, for sure.
So excellent job there by Mr. Crow from Williamsburg. So a couple results. We're going to give you the top 8 here. So top 8 for the medley relay. Sioux City West was 8th. Carroll placed 7th. Dowling Catholic from the earlier heat was 6th. Ankeny was 5th. Quartet from Littmar was 4th. Waukee's going to grab your bronze medal. And West Des Moines Valley will be silver. And Iowa City West, they're going to win the event with an automatic All-American time of 1:30.31. That is also a new state record. That was just set in that final heat there. So we had 2 automatic cuts. That'd be Valley, and in second place, they got an automatic cut, and Waukee also in third got another one. And then Littmar got the consideration cut, so they post a 1:32.99 to qualify for a consideration time. So
and Holden was on the previous record-setting relay.
Yep.
Holden Carter.
This is a 200 freestyle consolation final. State record time in this event is 1:35.68 in 2020 from Ankeny's Trent Franson right here at the CRWC. All-American time is 1:38.67. All-American consideration time is 1:40.06. And 1 from Bettendorf, Hudson Weaver. And 2 from Valley, Rowan Walsmith. And 3 from Waukee, Drew Dickey. And 5 from Waukee, Parker Scuffham. And 5 from Valley, Nolan Hunt. And 6 from Sioux City, Britton Petit. And 7 from Dubuque Hempstead, Owen Lightson. And an 8 from Bettendorf, Mateo Surma. Mr. Starter.
About to get our B final starter of the 200 free. Again, state record in this is 1:35.68, set 4 years ago by Trent Franson. That's what time we're looking for here.
Hudson Weaver there was in the first heat yesterday, so he's
Lightson out front early from Hempstead.
out there in lane 1. Yeah, Hempstead taking out here in 7.
(23.2), that first 50 for Lightson.
I think Drew Dickey in lane 3, you'll see him come back a little bit. He's a 500 guy. So
again, a number of, it's a sprint, obviously, 200 free at this point, but there are different ways to swim this as well.
Scuffham there in 3rd. Nolan Hunt occupying 2nd for Valley in lane 5. So again, team points. We got 2 Valley, 2 Waukee coming right up in this race.
Lightson trying to hold on here.
Team battle to come down to those 2 teams based on how prelims shaked out yesterday. So we got a lead change. That's Nolan Hunt, 27-0. Parker from Waukee, Parker Scuffham, also 27-0 on that split. So it's a mini version of the team battle taking place here.
Scuffham flipped first there.
Hunt had a good breakout. They're looking away from each other. They're not going to breathe into seeing each other. I think
Scuffham's going to take it.
Scuffham's going to take this heat. 143.97 for the Warriors there in lane 4. Big points from Valley out of Hunt in lane 5.
Waukee goes 1-3. Big points for Waukee there.
And then
Dickey gets 3rd, 144.98.
then Valley's going to get some points out of lane 2 as well. So great swim there. That consolation final. 9th place goes to Parker Scuffham from Waukee as we get ready to welcome the finalist in the 200-yard freestyle.
So
This will be
just a reminder
defending
too.
champion.
Yep,
coming
Jacob
up.
Pins is your defending champ here. You'll see him in lane 3.
is the championship final of the 200 freestyle. Starting in lane 1 from Southeast Polk is Desmond Ortega. And 2 from Linmar, Luke Kelly. And 3 from Valley, Jacob Pins. And 4 from Pleasant Valley, Will Gorman. And 5 from Cedar Falls, John Butler. And 6 from Ames, Josh Fisher. And 7 from Bettendorf, Ricky Zilmer. And in lane 8 from Pleasant Valley, Jamison Gray, Mr. Starter.
Lanes 2 through 7, all seniors in this race.
You've got the underclassmen on the outsides, freshmen and sophomore.
Now, I think Gorman has the best underwaters. He and Butler. Butler's going to take it out.
There goes in 1.
If it comes down the last 50, keep an eye on lane 3. That's Jacob Pence. He's got Olympic trials cuts in the 1500 free,
Jamison Gray is
and he's the defending state champ from last year in this event and the 500.
Butler.
Early leader, though, that's going to be Butler.
going into this final.
Butler's out early.
In this event last year.
All 3 of those, 3, 4, 5, right there.
Butler's in first, 22.89.
Looks like Pence is going to come on here and probably flip first at the 75.
Yeah, he usually hangs out a little bit, comes home in that last 50, but wow, good battle. Good 3-way battle going on right now.
The kind of little bit of separation there between 3, 4, 5 and the rest of the field.
Pins with a 24.8. The only guy under 25 on that split. He's out 47.5.
And he looks stronger now than he did on
messing
that.
around.
Yeah, looks stronger now than he did on the last 50.
Got the Valley teammates over there cheering for him. Butler's still hanging around there. Gorman's throwing his kick in. Good turn for Jacob. He sometimes stutters into those walls, but he's looked smooth so far today. Raced to this pool a lot.
Gonna be tough here. I think Pence has got this. Gonna be tough.
Coached him to his first junior national cut at this pool, so he likes this venue. Good battle for second. Here comes Gorman and Butler, but it's gonna be Jacob Pence. Let's keep an eye on that state record there. It's gonna be maybe off the state record. He's gonna take the win. 137.78 for Pence. Second place gonna go to Butler from Cedar Falls, 138.48. Will Gorman's gonna pick up the third place spot, 139.10.
So that's relevant for the team race too. Valley picks up a lot of valuable points there with that first place finish. And Waukee didn't have anybody there, but they did have a couple top finishers in the B final.
So that's an automatic All-American cut there for Pins. Couple consideration cuts there.
Next, we'll present the award
as well.
200 medley relay. We'll need the top 8 teams and a coach from Iowa City West at the podium.
So while we're waiting for awards, Don, do you want to explain what automatic consideration is versus consideration, or automatic versus consideration is for All-American?
So they update those every year. It basically gets you ranked nationally compared to the other states, and the other states have different seasons. So Arizona, Florida, those boys have already swam. Those are fall seasons. California, they'll have their high school seasons in the spring. Same with Nevada. Nebraska has both their girls and boys season going on right now. But it gets you a standard to shoot for, and then if you think about recruiting, colleges really take those into account. If you're on some All-American relays or some All-American individual events, your stock goes up as far as D2 and D1 scholarship offers. But yeah, the National Federation comes up with those, and they don't get slower. They sometimes stay the same, but it's all based on data. Every couple years they reset those. Usually with the high schools, it's every year they reassess them. But yeah, it's a big deal if you're an All-American in high school. It means you've developed to a higher level, top 10 percentile if you're an All-American. So
and generally you'll see 1 or 2 probably every event today. Auto anyway. and then you'll see some consideration as well. But for example, we've already got an auto for Polyak
Relay in 8th place is
in the IM coming up. So we'll go down to Corey for awards.
59. Kellen Dean, Hudson Vonk, Max Asoff, and Micah Vandevet. In 7th place is Carroll with a time of 1:36:30. Kyle Sundrup, Legan Cease, Ty Thomas, and Tegan Renzi. In 6th place, Dowling Catholic with a time of 1:35:22. Nick Rounds, Ethan Spracklin, Andrew Honkamp, and Jack McGuire. In 5th place is Ankeny with a time of 1:35:16. Brock Peterson, Nicholas Roby, Owen Schwabach, and Owen Evans. In 4th place, Linmar with a time of 1:32:99. That is an All-American consideration time. Mason Turner, Parker Mako, Colin Taylor, and Hudson Hubert. In 3rd place, Waukee with a time of 1:32:20. Dylan Alt, Jake Hamling, Klein Brock, and Lex Plagier. Runner-up is Valley with a time of 1:31:96. That is an All-American automatic time. Dylan Nelson, Charlie Bishop, Jack Carver, and Harrison Amy. And your state champions of the 200 medley relay with an automatic All-American time and new state record of 1:30:31. The Trojans of Iowa City West, Hayden Hakes, Winston Fan, Holden Carter, and Max Gerke. Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll now have a 1-minute break, and we'll come back with the 200 IM.
So we're going to take a quick break. You are watching boys state swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2.
Welcome back to Iowa City. We are going to be getting ready for the 200-yard IM. State record in that event, 1:45.96, set back in 2020 by Forrest Frazier of Iowa City High, and now a member of the Cal Berkeley Bears men's team. This is one of the events we kind of pegged to keep an eye on that state record, because we got a guy coming into that A final that is seated with a really good time. It was just a little off last night, and in the meters version of this, in the 50-meter format, has an Olympic trials cut as a high schooler. So that should tell you something right there.
And you could tell he was frustrated there that he didn't get it last night.
And here they come.
Up next is the 200 IM consolation finals. State record time in this event is 1:45.96 from 2020. Forrest Frazier of City High. All-American automatic time is 1:49.50. Automatic consolation time is 1:51.52. In lane 1 from Waukee, Lathan Schwickerath. In 2 from Sioux City, Hudson Vonk. In 3 from Ames, Chris Fisher. In 4 from Iowa City West, Winston Fan. In 5 from Waukee, Klein Brock. In 6 from Ankeny, Brock Peterson. In 7 from Ankeny, Finn Stukerjurgen. In lane 8 from Atumwa, Jonathan Miller, Mr. Starter.
Keep an eye on Klein Brock's breaststroke. He's one of your top seeds in the 100 breaststroke. A little bit later today.
Jonathan Miller's going to have a good backstroke. Might see 2 or 3 lead changes in this
for sure, with the strengths of all these guys in here. Again, for those that are just joining us today, didn't join us last night, 50 yards of every stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle is your order.
That's a hometown guy there, Winston Fan from West, looking good. Going to be right in the mix there. Touching first, that's Klein Brock from Waukee.
And that's the fun part about this race is you see the strengths of each swimmer. So you might have some movement depending on the stroke that they're best at.
And look at that, good underwaters. This is this is punched up here in those 7 lanes, and then lane 8's making a move here. Miller's out there in lane 8.
You saw Brock touch first, and he's probably going to touch maybe last.
But first right now is Schwickerath with Waukee with a strong backstroke. He was 28.9 over there in lane 1. Here come the breaststrokers.
Fan, looks like Fan and Brock Peterson from Ankeny.
Yep. Both have those cupping marks on their backs, so they did a little therapeutic work before they warmed up today.
And you see Brock make his move here in breaststroke. Touch 6th after backstroke. He's going to touch 2nd or 3rd.
Fan's looking good, though. This is his home pool, so he likes swimming here.
Good battle here for
Peterson
ninth.
and Brock not backing off. Peterson with a good kick going in here. Nice turn by Peterson and Brock, but it's going to be Ankeny and Waukee.
Good finish there.
Brock
54-22 and 54-26. Peterson gets in first, and then Klein right behind him.
Klein Brock 145.2, good drop there. Important team points for Waukee as well, as they had Brock in 5 and Schwickerath in lane 1 score some points here. So,
all right, I'm going to plant the flag. State record's being broke here in about 4 minutes. I'm really going out on a limb here.
All right.
See, so again,
I don't know. I that's kind of safe.
Yeah,
safe,
yeah.
Safe
well,
pick.
I mean, I only plant my flag on safe bets, so it's fine.
Enter 200 IM, Sandman.
Championship final of the 200 IM. Starting in lane 1 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Andrew Seifert. In 2 from Waukee, John Trosper. In 3 from Cedar Falls, Cole Wilson. In 4 from City High, Joe Polyak. In 5 from Valley, Dylan Nelson. And 6 from Ames, Ian McCorkle. And 7 from Bettendorf, Kiefer Romer. And an 8 from Keokuk, Brendan Wooster. Mr. Starter.
So again, Polyak last night went 46.08. State record is 45.96. And you could tell he was frustrated that he didn't get it last night. So it's going to happen today. He's seated 6.5 seconds faster than the next closest.
And he doesn't have a weak stroke, but his breaststroke is very good. He almost got a trials cut in the 200 breaststroke event. Had some success at the junior national level. It swims for City High. Actually attends Iowa City Regina, so
there's a lot of
private
those.
school up
There's a
there.
lot of those around the state that you go to one, don't have a guys team. There's a little consolidation there.
There he is, 23-5. He's going after it. See if the crowd gets behind it. Great battle shaping up for second. We got a lot of good backstrokers, and then
Well, and Worcester's down there in 8. He's right there with.
Kiefer Romer's a good breaststroker there in lane 7. So keep an eye on those guys coming up this next 50. But right now, check this split. 50.5. Oh, he's going to be right on it, Jake. 50.5 going out, a little faster than last night. Let's see if he increases that tempo on breaststroke from yesterday. He's got a great kick. If you watch those feet, they just slam together at the end of that and give him some acceleration.
And as a breaststroker, are you looking at that clock?
No.
Is he looking at that clock?
No, he's looking down.
Okay.
See that head disappearing? You look at that clock, you lose time. Way out there, look at that. Check out this breaststroke split. 30.3, he's gonna outsplit the field by almost 2 seconds on that. Let's get him home.
Got to get home in 25.0.
Dylan Nelson there for Valley's doing his job trying to get some team points. But here it is. This is a Joe Polyak show.
It's going to be close.
See him in Indy this summer at Olympic trials. He's going to finish 146.35. Just off of that state record of 145.96. Great swim.
See, that's why I'm not a betting man.
No, I think being that far out in front kind of hurt him because
Yeah.
he ran into some waves that last 25, so the conditions might have been a little better last night. Second place is going to go to Dylan Nelson, 151.61. And unofficially for third over there in lane 6 from Ames, McCorkle is going to go 152.85. We'll see if the officials are talking. I think that's going to stand up. I didn't see anything from up there, but again, we're out of position as far as angles.
In the 200 IM, congratulations.
Wow,
Congrats to Polyak on his state title.
defending from last year.
Present the awards for the 200 freestyle para and the
We'll
200
get to
freestyle.
Corey
followed by
for
a
some
1 minute break.
freestyle awards. We'll do both the para awards and also
8
the
finishers, a coach from Williamsburg,
Open
and a coach
200.
from
Yep.
Valley to the podium, please.
Well, also, before we go to break, let's update those team scores because it's kind of shaping up what we thought. So,
again, just for scheduling purposes, we'll do awards here for the 2 sets of 200 free, and then we'll do the 50 free. We've got both a para event and then the open event, and then we'll have a longer break like we did last night. They'll do some Iowa High School Athletic Association service awards. They'll do some freestyle. They'll do the 50 freestyle awards, and then they'll take a little bit of a longer break there.
we did have some movement, some fluctuations at team score, but I don't think the top 2. I think those are going to hold kind of what they were. So we'll see, get an update on that. The top 10 did definitely shift after that 200 free.
We'll now present the awards for the 200 freestyle para event. In first place, with a new state record with a time of 1:39.41, is the senior from Williamsburg, Nathaniel Crow.
Good time drop for Nathaniel.
Congratulations, Nathaniel.
It was him against the clock today. He winning that division and getting a good time drop.
Next, we'll present the awards for the 200 freestyle. In 8th place, Jamison Gray of Pleasant Valley, 145.51. In 7th place, Desmond Ortega of Southeast Polk, 143.80. In 6th place, Ricky Zilmer of Bettendorf with a time of 1:43.37. In 5th place, Luke Kelly of Linmar with a time of 1:41.64. In 4th place, Josh Fisher of Ames with a time of 1:40.84. In 3rd place, Will Gorman of Pleasant Valley with an All-American consideration time of 1:39.10. And your runner-up, John Butler of Cedar Falls with an automatic All-American time of 1:38.48. And your back-to-back champion of the 200 freestyle with an automatic All-American time of 1:37.78, the senior from Valley, Jacob Pins.
So Pins defends that title from last year. A little bit of an upset last year, but this year I think we kind of expected him to be on the top of the podium. A little different race plan too. He took the lead before the 100 this year and then held off a charge by Butler there.
Congrats to those 8 guys in the 200 free.
Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll now have a 1-minute break, followed by the 50 freestyle para. And
we're going to take a quick break. You are watching the boys state swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2.
Here we are back in Iowa City at the CRWC pool, right downtown on the campus of the University of Iowa. You are watching live coverage on KCRG 9.2 of the Boys State Swimming Championships.
You can see right down there at the bottom of your screen, you can see those team scores. Those are updated after the 200 IM. So, again, what we talked about all weekend so far is Valley 82, Waukee 70, that 2-team race.
3:48 from Isaiah Picard of Indianola. In lane 4 from Indianola is Isaiah Picard. And in lane 5 from Williamsburg, James Duncan. Mr. Starter.
So this is our para event for the 50 free. 2 participants here, Isaiah Picard from Indianola and James Duncan from Williamsburg. State record holder is Picard in lane 4, 43.48. He went that last year, so we'll see if he can break that this year, or if James Duncan can get after it.
He's got a best though, 43.2 from last weekend. So we should be looking for a possible state record here. Again, there's one classification here this weekend, but if you go to a Paralympic swim meet, these guys would probably be classified in 2 different events. If you're familiar with the Paralympic formats. Isaiah's looking really good there. White cap for Indianola.
UNI has a para swimmer that is
they got 2.
Extremely talented.
They have 2 that went to champs.
We're talking top 3 in the world.
42.55 there, new record for Isaiah. Coming in second for Williamsburg, that's Duncan. He's going to post a 53.52. Just a good time drop. He went 53.7 last week, so dropped a little bit from his district time.
Good job to those 2 gentlemen. Congrats to Isaiah on that new state record.
But as you're saying, UNI has 2 people that went to para world trials and one that set a world record. So if you go to the UNI women's swim team website, you can read about how they train, how they coach, and how they got into Paralympic swimming.
Shout out to Coach Ben Collin there. He works with those athletes.
And Nick Lakin. We'll give a little.
Ben works more with the.
But Ben's the main coach of those groups, yeah.
We don't want to leave Nick out of that.
Yeah.
What you know about rolling down in the deep.
And here comes your B final.
Next event is the 50 freestyle. State record time in this event is a 2018 from Charlie Bunn of Bettendorf in 2020 right here at the CRWC. All-American time is a 2043. Consideration time is a 2085. Starting in lane 1 from Centerville, John White. In 2 from Valley, Jack Carver. In 3 from Waukee, Logan Eastman. In 4 from Ankeny, Owen Evans. In 5 from Boone, Carson Muggenberg. In 6 from Hempstead, Kyle Powers. In 7 from Bettendorf, Jacob Mitvolsky. And in lane 8 from Boone, Warren Williams. Mr. Starter.
The 2 swimmers from the Toradors in here for Boone.
And our swim-off guy, Owen Evans, in the middle of lane 4.
Owen actually swam 21:44 twice yesterday.
Twice. Let's see if he can do it a third time.
Well, I think he's hoping at least 21:43.
Yeah, let's hope he goes faster, but it would be quite.
Oh wow, we got
44 times.
Great turn on Owen. Good turn over there by Jack Carver for Valley. Here comes Eastman coming up for Waukee. Down to the touch.
Jack Carver.
Jack Carver. 21:44. Yeah, there you go. Another 21:44
Can't
post.
get away. There's got to somebody go down to and play roulette and play 21 and 44.
Quite a collection of 21:44.
Actually, there's no 44 on a roulette wheel, so just go play 21 and then 4 twice.
Mitvolsky there for the Bulldogs is going to grab second over there. Great turn by him out of lane 7.
Jack did a great job of closing there at the end.
Yeah, I didn't breathe. Didn't breathe the last 9 strokes. I was keeping an eye on him as he moved up. Bettendorf's going to get some points. Big points for Boone. Waukee's going to grab some points. And here comes your A final. I'm going to turn down to Corey Hars.
Coming live from the VIP, heard the nightlife, lost life without me. Both feds in the state wanna see by me. The whole
championship final of the 50 freestyle. In lane 1 from Ames, Evan Fielmeyer. In 2 from Lindmar, Hudson Huber. And 3 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Marcus Seifert. In lane 4 from Newton, Finn Martin. In 5 from Dowling Catholic, Nick Rounds. In 6 from Iowa City West, Max Durkee. In 7 from Valley, Charlie Bishop. And in lane 8 from Ankeny, Owen Schwabach. Mr. Starter.
Got those 5 guys in the middle there, under 21 last night.
4 of them are already All-Americans. The fastest qualifier, that's Finn Martin from Newton. Good underwaters on him. Splash and dash, you don't want, most of these guys are going to take 1 breath or less on this race. Looks like Martin with a good turn there in lane 4.
Rounds good start, or a good turn there in 5 too. Trying to close.
Finn versus Dowling, and it's going to be Finn Martin, 20.31.
Rounds second, 20.35, the exact time he went last night.
Yeah, Dowling picks up some points there.
Then third, Huberg over there in lane 2 from Linmar.
The sophomore from Linmar, Hudson Huberg.
You love that.
Is that my
sophomore?
Keith Jackson shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, great final here. Really close. A lot of waves. If you watch that wave crashing in when those guys finished, they were churning that up. West is going to get a couple points there from Gerke. So, but Valley, Charlie Bishop's going to grab some points. So I think
IM will need the top 8 finishers.
We're gonna still
at the podium.
Valley and Waukee are going to throw some more points up there for us to look at as we head into the break.
Freestyle para and the 50 freestyle. Once all those awards are completed, we'll start the 20-minute break. The first 15 in the competition pool will be in the water. The cool-down pool will remain open during the entire break.
So as you heard from Corey, we'll do some awards here. We'll do the freestyle awards for the 200, and then the 20-minute break will start. Gives the athletes 15 minutes in the water, do some cool down, warm up if they haven't swam yet. So you might not have a swim until the 100 back or the 100 breaststroke or whatever.
4x1.
What's that?
Even the 4x1.
Right. And so you're probably going to get in a little bit loosened now, and so we'll give the athletes some time to do that. We'll take a little bit more of an extended break, a commercial break at some point during that 20 minutes, but we'll let you know when that's coming.
Great swimming right there. That's some consideration and automatic All-American.
200 IM. In 8th place, Andrew Seifert of Cedar Rapids, Washington, 1:56.10. In 7th place, Brennan Wooster of Keokuk with a time of 1:55.17. In 6th place, John Trosper of Waukee with a time of 1:54.54. In 5th place, Kiefer Romer of Bettendorf, 1:54.33. In 3rd place, Cole Wilson of Cedar Falls with a time of 1:53.29. In 3rd place, Ian McCorkle of Ames with a time of 1:52.85. Runner-up is Dylan Nelson of Valley with a time of 1:51.61. And your back-to-back champion of the 200 IM with an All-American automatic time of 1:46.35 is the senior from City High, Joe Polyak.
Joe's going to get his award there from Coach Mandy Kowal. Mandy was a All-American rower and got in triathlon and now is swim coaching as well. Joe, City High swimmer by way of
We'll begin
Regina.
the Coaches Award in just a moment. Following the Coaches Service Awards, we'll have the 50 freestyle para. We'll need a coach from Indianola at the podium. And for the 50 freestyle, we'll need the top 8 and a coach from Newton at the podium. That'll be following the Service Awards.
That's all right. So, yeah, getting that 2IM done there. We're going to have some 50 free awards. The IM, I mean, we were thinking state record, but like I said, I think he ran into some waves from the swimmers on the outside lanes. He got so far ahead that the conditions were probably a little better last night for that record time. But great swim by those gentlemen in the final heat of the 2IM. Heading into the 50 free, we're going to get those results. We do have the para results up here. So the para swimmers, we got Isaiah Picard and James Duncan now lining up for their awards. And then we'll have our top 8 finishers from the event 450 yard freestyle. Just a little update here, though. Your scores after the 50 free, your top, I'll give you the top 8 here. Dowling Catholic in 8th. 7th is Cedar Falls. Ankeny in 6th. Ames is in 5th. Limar in 4th. Kid picked up a couple points there with Hudson Hubert. Iowa City West now occupying 3rd. Waukee, 75 points in 2nd. West Des Moines Valley picking up a bunch in the freestyle. 200 free, 2IM in the 50 free. So the swims for Valley, they got 104 points right now.
Would like to take a moment ahead.
Remember those last, we talked about it last night, those last couple events.
Judd Anderson, who is completing his 60th year as the head coach of the boys swim program at Muscatine High School. Judd swam at the University of Minnesota and arrived at Muscatine in 1963 as a social studies teacher and swim coach. Since then, he has overseen 3 state boys team titles, 2 girls titles, over 400 meet wins, and 17 conference championships. He has coached an Olympic gold medalist, numerous college-bound swimmers, and anyone who ever expressed an interest in the sport who was willing to join the Muskie squad. Judd has not missed a meet in 60 years, receiving countless coaching awards, while he and his wife of 52 years, Laura, have raised a family with 4 children and 4 grandchildren. Please join us in congratulating Muscatine's Judd Anderson on 60 years of coaching and contributions to Iowa high school swimming.
Legendary career by Judd.
60 years.
60 years. I had 7 swimmers that went on to swim for him in the high school level. Most recently, Ryan Bodine and Alex Walton were members of my club team. And great guy to work with as a club coach because he sets up their season if they got some junior national meets and need different training plans. And his Muscatine teams have 3 different high schools on them.
Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Judd Anderson.
Sometimes 4. Ryan Bodine and Walton were both Wilton guys, along with
the Iowa High School Swim
Greenwald.
Coaches Association has a long history of dedicated coaches, and today we'd like to recognize 3 more of those coaches for their tireless service to our sport and their teams. Presenting the Service Award is IHSSCA Service Award Committee Chairman Bruce Schomburg. With 20 years of service, congratulations go to Southeast Polk head coach Dustin Kassler and West Des Moines Valley head coach Sean DeBoof.
So now I'm feeling old because I remember when Dustin Kassler was a club swimmer on CIA. So
I'm not sure that has to make you feel
In
old. There's a
recognition
lot of
of
other stuff.
35 years of service.
Congrats to those two gentlemen.
Congratulations
Yes,
go
for
to
sure.
the head coach of Dowling Catholic, Paul Urey.
Paul is a pretty well-known figure around the club scene, too.
Yeah, coached a long time in
Davenport, yep. I've known Paul for
Pleasant Valley area.
a long time, run into him on the pool deck a lot during the club season.
Did some college coaching at Augustana.
Congratulations,
Yep, Augustana,
coaches, and
yep.
thank you all
Congrats to
for
Paul
your
as well.
service.
Yeah, some great guys recognized over there today.
The 50 free para and the 50 free, and then we'll head into the 20-minute break. We'll need a coach from Indianola and Newton at the podium.
Going to get these 50 free awards taken care of. So again, what Don was saying before, Valley after the 50 free, 104 points, and then Waukee is in second with 75. But it's going to come down to that backstroke and breaststroke, because as we talked about it at the end of the broadcast last night, Waukee's got some chance to pick up some major points in those two events.
Especially breaststroke, because Valley doesn't have anyone
Freestyle
today in that.
para. In second place, James Duncan of Williamsburg, 53-52. And your state champion with a new state record of 42-55, the junior from Indianola, Isaiah Picard.
As we get Isaiah positioned on that
Up on
award
that
stand.
podium. I was
Yeah.
a little worried there.
A little CrossFit action going on with his coach.
Congrats to both Isaiah and James making the podium there. in 50 free para.
Williamsburg and Indianola. Those of you not familiar, Indianola is just a couple miles south of Des Moines. The home of Simpson College.
Isaiah will be back next year. He's a junior.
Yep.
James is a senior from Williamsburg.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Both of those guys are swimming other events coming up here today as well.
Yep, you'll see both of them in the 100 free here
Our
shortly.
last award before the break is for the 50 freestyle.
So Oliver Martin, a former 50 freestyle champ, gets inducted, and now his little brother wins the event.
That's a nice little family day for the Martins.
Here are your top 8 finishers in the 50 freestyle. In 8th place, Owen Schwabach of Ankeny, 21-23. In 7th place, Evan Fielmeyer of Ames, 21-14. In 6th place, Charlie Bishop of Valley, 21-07. In 5th place, Marcus Seifert, Cedar Rapids, Washington, 20.95.
You'll see most, if not all, these guys anchoring or leading off the 2 free relay. That'll be in a little
In
bit.
4th place, Max Gerke of Iowa City West with a time of 20.92.
Max, a former 200, 500 guy who got some senioritis and became
In
a
3rd
sprinter.
place, Hudson Huberg of Linn-Mar with an All-American consideration time of 20.79.
Max is also another Regina guy. So, yeah, Hudson's got his socks, or his
Your runner-up
Pants
is
tucked
Nick
into his
Rounds
socks.
of Dowling Catholic with an automatic All-American time of 20.35.
I haven't seen that in a while.
I always thought that was a wrestling thing. Is that not a wrestling thing?
Dowling
And
having
your
the-
state champion in the 50 freestyle with an automatic All-American time of 20:31 is a sophomore from Newton, Finn Martin.
Dowling with the Hawaiian shorts there. Got little sharks on them. There's
Well,
Finn Martin, your champion.
I didn't know we were analyzing fashion now. I gotta,
Yeah. Well,
I gotta
it's
get
it's
some
not-
magazines.
It's not their normal warm-up, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Finn Martin there, another automatic All-American time. Won it today with a 20.31. Posted a 20.27 yesterday.
Boy, if he doesn't look just like his brother, too.
Congratulations, gentlemen. That takes us to the 20-minute break. Both pools are open. The competition pool will close after 15 minutes. 20-minute break begins now.
So as we go to break, again, those team points, the top 8. Dowling Catholic, 43 points in 8th. Cedar Falls, 44 points in 7th. Ankeny sitting in 6th with 54 points. Ames coming in with 56 points for 5th. Limar is sitting in 4th with 60 points. Iowa City West just 1 point ahead in the 3rd spot. Waukee, 75 points. And Valley with strong freestyle and IMs here start off this meet. Valley's posted 104 points as we head into the break. We're going to go to commercial. Again, you have been watching the Iowa High School Athletic Association State Swimming Championships here on KCRG 9.2.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects.
From learning how to build relationships
and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back to Iowa City on the campus of the University of Iowa here. We are at the Iowa High School Athletic Association 2024 State Swimming Championships. I'm Coach Don. I'm joined here by Coach Jake. As we come back to the action here, just a few words. We wanted to recognize my hometown of Perry. There were some tragic events there on January 4th, and I know a lot of people have reached out and have been donating money and supporting that community, and I think it's appreciated, especially by those of us that attended Perry High School. I was their first state qualifier in the sport of swimming back when they had a men's or boys program. Their boys now swim combined program with Boone. No Perry swimmers here today. They do still have a standalone girls team, and my nieces were part of that this year. But just want to thank everybody in Iowa and around the country that have been contributing to that, and give you just a shout out. If you've already donated some money, that's great, and it's well appreciated. If you're looking to donate to the town of Perry, I would recommend contacting the school district office or the Perry Blue Jay Booster Club. Both of those organizations will make sure that money is well spent to help that town as it recovers from those events earlier this year. Getting back to the action in the pool, we have West Des Moines Valley on top, 104 points. Good battle shaping up with defending champ Waukee. They're sitting in second with 75 points. We did have some shuffling between the 2IM and the 50 free with that top 10, so we'll keep an eye on a lot of these teams. They're looking for a top 5 or a top 10 finish as a goal. And we're going to go to some highlights here from what we have just witnessed at this first section of the meet. So first thing, we're going to look at the 200 medley relay, the first heat of that. There are 3 heats of the relay here. Good underwaters. There's your bird's eye view. That's Vinton there, your early leaders over there in lane 2. Great exchange there in the middle of the pool. A lot of these teams in that first heat, they were just looking to try to get, some best times for the season and possibly score some points. You go to heat 2, the relays.
Tumwa took this one in lane 4. Senior was second over there in lane 3.
And they were all clean this year. All the medley relays got through. No disqualifications in the relays. We like I said earlier, we do see some competitive exchanges where they're pushing those exchanges, or someone might mistime their finish. But all 24 relays, no disqualifications. So nice job. Hats off to the coaches and swimmers on that. And here's your final heat. We got a state record out of Iowa City West. And it was really, their front half was good. And then their back half, they had that senior leadership. That's Max Gerke coming in there. He took off a good lead from Holden Carter. Just dropped the state record. Byron Butler, the former West head coach, he's one of the assistants now. We were chatting this morning with text messages, and he said he had a good feeling they were going to get that one. So nice job for the Trojan Bolts. Moving on, we had the 200 freestyle. Constellation.
We had the para first.
The para version.
Nathaniel Crow from Williamsburg dropped a lot of time from his state record from last year.
One of 2 Williamsburg swimmers competing today. They're both in the para events.
Again, we have
You can see he's doing the cupping preparation too for his swimming.
we have 4 of those para events today. We're halfway through those. 200 free, 50 free of swam, and then we've got the 100 free and 100 back.
Here's your B final. This is where
Scuff 'em.
Yep, early leader over there in 7.
Yep, Lighton took it out early for Hempstead, and then Scuff 'em closed well for Waukee.
Waukee had 2 swimmers in that consolation final that got them some team points.
Saw Nolan Hunt there from Valley finishing second. And then Deakey over there.
Yeah, there's your Waukee guys.
Yep.
Happy with their swims.
And you've got the
and those guys race a lot in club. You know,
yeah.
we see them, rest of the year racing. This one was a good battle, the first 50, and then it was a Jacob Pin show over there in lane 3. Now, I was talking to his mom last night. He did not shave last night for prelims. He is coming in here shaved and with a brand new tech suit with legal logos. So he pulled off that win. That state record's pretty fast, so he wasn't really threatening that, but I think he will be looking to threaten that record in the 500 later. Moving on to 2IM.
Had a good race in the B final.
Yeah. Yeah, and some lead changes,
yeah, depending on your strength, yep.
2 lead changes in that before the final 50.
Yep, you had Brock out early in the fly, and then Fan and Fisher came back in the backstroke. And then it was basically a two-guy race between Fan and Brock at the finish. You could see that there in lanes 5.
No, actually Fan was 3rd.
Well, I'm sorry, it was Brock and Peterson. I'm sorry.
It's confusing because you got Klein Brock and then
Brock Peterson. And then Brock Purdy tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, for you Niners fans. And here's the Joe Polyak swim. Joe, of course, looking to swim well this summer at Olympic trials. He's a Regina athlete, swims for City High. He won this real handedly.
Just off the state record.
We thought he'd threaten that record again, but I think he ran into some cross currents because he got so far ahead of the field in that. And then we go to the splash and dash. So down and back, not a lot of breathing, all out. Jake's favorite race.
50 free, you've got your 50 free para first here. Good race between Picard and Duncan.
Both those guys dropped time with Picard resetting, or I should say setting a new state standard. There's the white cap there for Indianola.
Then you've got your B final in the 50 free. Jack Carver closed really well from lane 2.
Yeah, watch his last 9 strokes. He doesn't breathe here.
So that lane 2 is on the far end of what you're looking at here.
Well, he's not in that picture.
No,
that's
not in that
8,
picture.
Yeah.
That's the other end of the pool there.
Bettendorf.
Volsky's
happy
and
with
this
his
is your
swim there.
championship final. Finn Martin took this home, and as my lovely wife sent me a message and said, with a name like Finn, you've got to be a good swimmer. So he has that going for him.
We'll see if he keeps doing football. I mean, he could probably swim in college too. So multi-sport talent there from the Martin family. Now, the brothers, sisters, Scarlett and Oliver swam for Iowa City West, and the family moved back to the Newton area, which is where the parents were originally from. And that's where Finn has been representing Newton High School. So they moved down the road about a hour from here to the Newton area. Jeff has a job near Grinnell, so that was a good swim by Finn to get his first individual state title today.
A couple scheduling notes. So we'll have, after this break, we'll have the 100 fly, and we'll have the 100 free para, and then the 100 free open, and then we'll have the 500 free, and then the 200 free relay, and then we'll have another break, and then we'll finish up the meet with backstroke para, backstroke open, breaststroke, and the 400 free relay. So we're going to hit you to another break, pay some bills. You are watching the Boys State Swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2.
62, Coach. 62. First down. We're doing this so that the kids can continue to play. Like we used to enjoy playing when I was in high school. I understand how fun it was, and I want that same fun to be had by the kids now. So that's why we need more officials to keep these games going on.
To the campus of the University of Iowa and the CRWC. We're a couple minutes out from our 100 Butterflies. Saw that last commercial about officials. Just want to quickly take this time and thank our officials today and throughout the swim season. Can't have these swim meets without those officials. So appreciate their time, their energy, their efforts. Doing a great job today. We've got no DQs, so that's good. and they do a good job all throughout the season. If you're interested in becoming an official, go onto that website and for any of the sports, not just for swimming, but for any of those sports. I know they're shorthanded in a lot of different sports, so be an umpire, be an official, be a referee, whatever it is you're interested in, get out there and help the high school kids have a good experience in any of the sports that we're going through here. So looks like the timers are getting back to their posts. Officials are getting back to where they need to be, and we're going to get hopping here. What are you looking for in this section? You know, if we do 3 sections, we had the first section of the meet done.
The
middle
section
what
here,
are we looking at?
So you'll see some of those guys coming out of the 50 free, 2 IM, 200 free into the 100 fly here. I'm going to keep my eye on that championship heat with Dylan Alt and Brock Peterson, looking to get their times down. I do think Waukee is going to probably pick up some points here. It took a 54.7 to get in, so it's pretty quick to get in based on the last couple years. And here comes the consolation final.
Next is the 100 butterfly. State record time in this event is 46.89. From Ankeny's Lance Swanepoel last year in prelims. Automatic All-American time is 48.57. Automatic consolation time 49.69. In your consolation final in lane 1 from Sioux City, Max Asoff. In 2 from Ames, Ian McCorkle. In 3 from Valley, Jack Carver. In 4 from Ankeny, Brock Peterson. In 5 from Dubuque Senior, Zach Heyer. In 6 from Ankeny, Briar Pearson. In 7 from Muscatine, Dakota Dulkey. And in 8 from Carroll, Legan Cease. Mr. Starter.
Keep an eye on how long these athletes stay underwater, especially the last turn. See if they can get through that chop. We have a timing issue here.
Saw Jack Carver in that 50 free. So wanted to keep an eye on in lane 3. Then we saw Brock Peterson there too in lane 4 in the 2 IM.
Two of these athletes have posted better times than what they did yesterday. Not this season, but lifetime best.
Brock Peterson in 4. Zach Hires in 5.
Good start there by Dalkey in 7.
Is in lane.
Pretty even field so far.
Good underwater by Hire there at 5.
Brock Peterson out of Ankeny with a seed time.
Looks like him or Peterson is going to touch first.
In first is Peterson, 23.
Hire 3rd.
He was a 23.58.
Dalkey down there from Muscatine.
Dalkey second, 23.66. He was a 23.68 last night.
Peterson in the lead with 25 to go. Here comes Jack Carver from Valley trying to catch up there in 3.
50. Looks like Peterson will hold on.
I think Peterson's going to take this 9th place time. Yeah, 51.17.
Unofficially for Brock
Second
Peterson.
place was Carver. That's
Carver,
good. That's
second,
big for the team race.
89 in third place.
Third place, Pearson from Ankeny down in lane 6, and then Hire from Senior 4th with 52.22.
So that's 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place right there that Jake was talking about as we get ready for our top 8 qualifiers to come out for the A final. Good time drops there. Quite a few of these guys.
This should be fun in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6. You got a lot of guys bunched together here.
Oh, the 100 butterfly. In lane 1 from Ames, Evan Fehlmeyer. In 2 from Bettendorf, Ricky Zilmer. In 3 from Waukee, Dylan Alt. In 4 from Iowa City West, Holden Carter. In 5 from Linn-Mar, Parker Mako. In 6 from Ankeny, Owen Schwabach. In 7 from Iowa City West, Max Gerke. And in lane 8 from Burlington, John Cottrell. Mr. Starter.
Again, keep an eye on 3, 4, 5, and 6 here.
Holden Carter's been on that podium the last 2 years. I'm going to give him the slight advantage since this is his home pool and his captain break right before this race.
As in yesterday. You weren't here yesterday.
Carter, of course, he's committed to swim at Columbia University out in the East Coast. Going to be an Ivy Leaguer.
And he was on the fly. He swam the fly leg on the medley relay for.
Out first, leading them out 22.5 for West High. Mako is in there for second right now for Linmar, right next to him.
Yep, and then Alt over there in 3.
Now, last week, they battled it out of the same district. Or no, they were in different districts because Linmar hosted one and then West was over in Johnson out in the Des Moines area. But this one's going to be Holden Carter, individual state title. There it is, 48.57.
It's like Mako second, Alt third, Schwabach fourth from Ankeny.
And he goes the right on the automatic All-American time, 48.57. So that's going to win it today. Right on that cut time to the 100th of a second. We have a couple considerations here, dipping under that 49.69 standard.
So we'll go right into the 100 free para event.
Big points here for Dylan Alt for Waukee as well. So
got 3 participants in the 100 free para that Corey will introduce us to here.
Yeah, they all met in the middle. The sprinters went up and 200 freestyler went down. So
Next is the 100 freestyle para final. State record time in this event is 1:45.78 from last year. Indianola's Isaiah Picard. Starting in lane 3 for Williamsburg, James Duncan. In lane 4 from Sioux City, Jaden Lovelace. And in lane 5 from Indianola, Isaiah Picard, Mr. Starter.
We haven't seen Lovelace yet today. We saw Duncan and Picard in the 50, but haven't seen Lovelace swim yet today.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, from Sioux City.
Could see a new state record here. State record 1:45.78 set last year by Isaiah Picard. He's in lane 5. Lovelace has been 1:30 this year, so we'll see if that gets broken.
Card's also been under that standard, 1:39, coming in with a seed time from last week. So the Sioux City team is a little different. I was just talking to one of the parents from there. They've actually had up to 7 schools out there, including Sioux Center and some of the smaller high schools in that area. But they go by Sioux City West in the book. It's actually a couple different high schools represented on that squad.
Yeah, and I have a first-hand experience with co-ops. I swam for Dubuque Senior and went to Dubuque Wallard, and co-ops are great.
Yeah, tight race here. 41 and a 43 posting at the 50 here in lanes 4 and 5.
You got to know a lot of guys you wouldn't have gotten to know otherwise through the co-op, and get to kind of be a part of another school.
Like I mentioned, my hometown, the girls have a co-op with Guthrie Center and Panora and some other the panorama, the schools around there. But the boys at Perry High School actually go and swim with Boone now if they go out for the sport. Perry more known for their track and field, cross country, soccer, baseball, softball programs.
The co-ops are great too because it gives an opportunity for people to participate in a sport that they wouldn't otherwise without the co-op.
That's Lovelace from Sioux City. It's going to go 1:29.79, the drop time from last week. That will be a new state record for the 100-yard Paralympic race. Second's going to be Picard, also under his old record time. He's posting a 1:42.85. Junior from Indianola. We'll be cheering James Duncan.
Duncan's going to drop a lot of time.
Senior from Williamsburg.
2:05.06, and he came in with a 2:16.48.
Right.
So real good time drop for
over 10 seconds in 100
for
That's
James.
Solid.
Get into the B final now with 100 freestyle. The state record in this event is 43.64, set by Mark McLaughlin back in 2016. Automatic consideration 44.83, and then automatic All-American, sorry, 44.83. I keep using consideration in there. And then consideration is 45.64.
Mark went on to a brilliant career at NC State. And here comes your 100 free B final.
Up next is the 100 freestyle. State record time in this event is 43.64. Iowa City West, Mark McLaughlin in 2016 at Marshalltown. Automatic All-American time is 44.83. All-American consideration time, 45.64. In lane 1 from Pleasant Valley, Jamison Gray. In 2 from Boone, Warren Williams. In 3 from Waukee, Lex Plagier. In 4 from Carroll, Tegan Renzi. In 5 from Boone, Carson Muggenberg. In 6 from Hempstead, Owen Lightson. In 7 from Hempstead, Kyle Powers. And in 8 from Valley, Nolan Hunt. Mr. Starter.
Took a 47.9 to make it back this year. A good start across the board.
Only one senior here. That's lane 8, Nolan Hunt. Everybody else will be back next year.
And Boone's out at it again. The Toreador's having some sprint action today. Williams up there in lane 2, but your leader turning at the 50 is going to be Powers over here for Dubuque.
Little outside smoke there down in lane 7.
Or was he holding back? Dubuque Hempstead's Powers, his teammates right next to him. Was he holding back a little yesterday?
Well, we'll see if he
Here
can
comes
close.
Tegan Renzi from Carroll. Had some good races last weekend. He looks long into the finish, but he's going to get it.
Powers gets in there second, 47.51. And then Muggenberg from Boone, 47.59.
Up there, lane 5.
Some team total, team implications, championship implications. Lex Plazer from Waukee got in there in 4th in the B final.
Renzi's going to post a sub 47 there, 46.9, just under 47 seconds to take that 9th place spot. So let's keep an eye on that state record. We did see yesterday someone threaten it. That's Owen Childs, who also is seated first in the 100 back coming up. He's coming in with All-American time. He's posted a 44.12 yesterday. And the big reason I say that is this is a faster pool than the one that record was set in. And I think that gives him a little bit of an advantage over that Mark
Making their
McLaughlin
way
standard.
into the blocks is the championship final of the 100 freestyle. In lane 1 from Ankeny, Owen Evans. In 2 from Linn-Mar, Hudson Huberg. In 3 from Cedar Falls, John Butler. In lane 4 from Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs. In 5 from Newton, Finn Martin. In lane 6 from Valley, Charlie Bishop. In 7 from Pleasant Valley, Caleb Stewart. And in lane 8 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Marcus Seifert. Mr. Starter.
Got the 50 free champ here in lane 5, Finn Martin.
And a little new wave from Duran Duran to take us into this race. So again, state record set by Mark McLaughlin, that standard 43.64. I actually got to coach Mark a little bit at the beginning of his career and got him to the zones level, and then he really took off in college at NC State.
Real good underwaters from Childs, and that's no surprise.
He used him in the back. He's using him here in the free. 20.6 going out. I would have made the podium in the 50.
It's like Martin flips second.
And you look, Childs right on that rope. He's trying to maintain straight lines. He's moved over to that lane rope. Good breakout, didn't breathe on that.
Again, state record here. 43.64 is what you're looking for.
43.
Got it.
Got it.
New state record.
Unofficially, 43.42. Childs from Pleasant Valley. New state record. Your second place finisher is going to be Martin from Newton, 44.94. Bronze medal is going to be Butler from Cedar Falls, 45.45. Wow.
Crazy. What a swim.
Great last 2 turns. Now, let's watch that Hunter back, see if he extends that kick out. Like last night, I thought he had room for another kick or two. If he doesn't go into oxygen debt.
Official, ladies and gentlemen, new state record.
There it is. I think Owen Childs has a chance
100
to.
freestyle.
And remember, he already set the Hunter back state record.
Yeah.
He already set that last night in prelims, almost by a full second. And again, he had that the week before, but you have to officially swim the time at the state meet in order to be considered the state record.
And he's committed to be a Bearcat at the University of Cincinnati. So
Skyline Chili.
And Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
There you go. No, that's in Cleveland.
That's in Cleveland.
Yeah. Skyline Chili's Cincinnati, though.
Yeah, you're right.
City West.
WKRP.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So we're going to get set for the 100 Fly Awards. And then we'll get you to a quick break, and then we'll come back for the 500 free.
Again, your 100 Fly, that's going to be
we did have
Columbia University commit Holden Carter.
We did have a little shift in the team scores. We have a new second place. Iowa City West is in second through the fly. This is not through the freestyle, which we just swam, but this is through the fly. Valley was at 111 through the fly. Iowa City West 95, and then Waukee 91.
Awards for the top 8 in the 100 butterfly. In 8th place, John Cottrell of Burlington with a time of 51.01.
Some of these guys, they're getting to the podium a little late just because they've been cooling down, getting ready for those relay races. So we'll get this podium for you here.
In 7th place, Evan Fieldmeyer of Ames with a time of 50.80. In 6th place, Ricky Zilmer of Bettendorf with a time of 50.40. In 5th place, Max Gerke of Iowa City West with a time of 49.94. In 4th place, Owen Schwabach of Ankeny with an All-American consideration time of 49.64. In 3rd place, Dylan Alt of Waukee, All-American consideration time 49.54. Runner-up is Parker Mako of Linn-Mar with an All-American consideration time of 49.17. And your state champion of the 100 butterfly with an All-American automatic time of 48.57 is the senior from Iowa City West, Holden Carter.
Let's see, Holden coming up here again in the 100 backstroke, but that is his first individual title. He's been part of some West High relays, and this is his home pool for club swimming. So congratulations to those gentlemen in the 100 fly.
We're going to hit you with a quick break, and then we'll be back for the 500 free. You are watching the boys state swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2. Welcome back to the campus of the University of Iowa for boys state swimming coverage. We are getting closer to crowning a new state champ, team champ. We've already crowned a number of individual champs and a relay champ. We've still got our 500 free, 200 free relay, 100 back, 100 breast, and 400 free relay. Looking at those team scores, West Des Moines Valley's opened up a little bit of a lead through event 6, which is 100 free. They're at 127, and then a big log jam for 2, 3, and 4. Waukees 95.5, Ankeny's 95, and West is 95. So big log jam there, and then Linn-Mar is at 91. So big log jam there for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
So the thing with the team scores, so I originally scored this out. In one way I had Waukee winning, and then I had 2 scenarios where Valley holds on to the points after the breaststroke. So we might be looking at a situation where, we're going to come down that last relay and who places a couple places on top, as they shuffle the deck there in the last 2 heats.
And we talked about this last night, but don't discount Waukee just because they're now 32 points behind. They've got 2 guys in the A final of the breaststroke, and Valley doesn't have anybody in the race.
Do they have a B finalist? They don't.
Valley does not.
But
and neither does Waukee. No, Waukee's got 2 A finalists, no B finalists.
Okay, so
and then in the backstroke, Waukee and Valley both have an A finalist, and Waukee has the top-seeded B finalist.
Yeah,
so you're going to see some shift in there.
They're going to get closer on those 2 events.
Right.
Then it'll come down, it might be a situation where Waukee has to finish like 3 places ahead of Valley, or Valley has to – we'll see how the points figure out. But the main thing, we got some good races coming up. That 500 free, we're going to be seeing if Jacob Pins, he set a goal of trying to get that state record this year. He got his Olympic trials cut out of the way last summer, so this season he's narrowed in on trying to get that state record. And then, he'll shift his training towards Olympic trials coming up in June. Again, he's a commit to the Arizona State men's team. They're currently ranked number 1 in NCAA rankings.
And that A final in the 500 free is going to be crazy. It's going to be wide open. You've got a lot of names there that have performed very well so far. So we're going to see some excitement there in that 500 free, especially that last 50, 75 yards.
Yeah. Back to the days in and taking no days in. Yeah. Don't need a vacation.
Up next is the consolation final of the 500 freestyle. State record time in this event is 4:23:46. Trent Franson of Ankeny here in 2019. All-American automatic time 4:29:39. All-American consideration time is 4:33:16. Starting in lane 1 for Hempstead, Zach Winger. In 2 from Waukee, Cameron Sanchez. In 3 from Sioux City, Britton Petit. In 4 from Valley, Drew Emmanuel. In 5 from Waukee, Parker Scuffham. In 6 from Valley, Rowan Wallsmith. In 7 from Atumwa, Ashton Jivak. And in lane 8 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Peter Whitnebel, Mr. Starter.
So talking about that team race too, Waukee and West Des Moines Valley have 3 entries in both have 3 entries here in the 500. Valley 2 in consolation, Waukee 2 in, B final. Valley 2 B finalists, and Waukee 2 B finalists, and then they both have a swimmer in the A final.
So the top seed in this consolation final, that's Drew Emanuel. He was qualified last year and was a little sick. Took it out really strong yesterday. I see what his race plan is today. He might be a little bit more conservative and work that middle 3 100s. But he is a good miler, so he does have the endurance to come back on this field. We saw Scuffham had a great 200 earlier. And 2 freshmen in here this heat. 2 freshmen made it back in lanes 2 and 8. That's Sanchez and Wittenbell there for Wash over in lane 8. So
and your lone senior over there in lane 1 from my neck of the woods, Zach Wenger. Again, this is 20 laps. So you'll see those counters down there count to 17, then they'll give you an orange at 19, and that'll be their last lap.
You'll hear whistles. Sometimes the coaches use sounds to get their swimmers going. You'll also see those cards shaking when the swimmers are being told to speed up. And my theory on a lot of that too, I do less signals the older they get, because if they ever swim at the junior national level or above, you can't use the counters because the official has a counter, or like at Olympic trials this summer, you'll see an electronic counter on the bottom of the pool. So that's what they use in those FINA meets. College, you do have counters like they do here. You know, they can give some signals. Or the other thing, sometimes you have the swimmer follow the card, so you'll put the counter on one side of the lane to limit them from circle swimming. Here we have these big wide lanes, so if you circle swim a 500, you're actually swimming 510 yards and adding time. So that's kind of the preference of the swimmer. I always check to see if they want it in front of them, or if they want to look at it longer, I'll put it on the opposite side I want to send them on. But good battle so far.
You might see some of those counters, like Don said, shaking. And usually for most coaches that means to pick up the pace. You saw one of the counters, I think it was lane 2, did a little slow wave. That means that they're in good shape. Most of the
doing
time
their job.
They're in good shape.
Yeah. And different coaches and teams have different signals. But
yeah, and mine was always shake for faster and just hold and not do any movement for staying consistent with where you're at.
Strategy-wise, a lot of times if they're an older, more experienced swimmer, I'll just say, all right, somewhere between 9 and 11, make your move. And when you see 15, throw your legs in.
Yeah, like you said, once they get to this point, they pretty much know what they're doing.
Parker Scuffham still leading out here in lane 5. Drew Manuel tracking, though. He's looking over at him. And I think Drew, even if he wants to do it, I think he's got an open water stroke the way he swims. But he's healthy this year. Again, your team race, Manuel for Valley. Parker's swimming for Waukee. You got another West Des Moines Valley swimmer in 6.
Yep, you got Wallsmith over there in 6.
He picked it up there, 28.6 on that split. He had the fastest split out of those 3. And Valley coming in with a big back half, I think.
And you can bet that they know exactly, they've been told exactly where they're at in the team race, and we need these points.
And you and I both know, you as a coach, you got your team over there screaming for you. You know, your kids tend to swim better in finals when you got that support.
Wallsmith's going to flip first here. With 100 to
wow.
go.
Less than a second separating these guys. All 3 going to 3:47. They're going to be flipping here with 75 to go. No one backing off, though. I mean, they're staying on the gas.
You see that kick picking up for all 3 of them now, too, especially Wallsmith down here in 6.
Wallsmith, the junior for Valley.
Emmanuel, a sophomore.
And then another sophomore.
This is huge if they can finish 1-2 here.
Now here comes that mile strength of Emmanuel. His turns have gotten better. I mean, they used to be kind of a weakness, but he's been working on that.
So
you can see the Valley
here.
team's going nuts over there.
Yep. Teammates here battling it out for 9th. Looks like Wall-Smith's going to get in there.
4:43.14, followed by Drew Emanuel.
Good drop for Wall-Smith from last night. Wall-Smith was 47 almost last night, down to 43.
Good. Manuel dipped under 44 for the first time there. Scuffham's going to grab some points for the Warriors, as well as Sanchez over there in lane 2. So hats off to West Des Moines Valley trio. And we should mention too, head-to-head in a dual meet, Valley upset Waukee earlier this season. So about, I think it was 7 weeks ago, right before we had all that winter weather. They dueled and Valley caught them a little bit. A couple of kids with illness coming into that, but see how that shakes out here today. Final heat on its way for the 500 free.
On their way to the blocks, the championship final of the 500 freestyle. In lane 1 from Pleasant Valley, Will Gorman. In 2 from Valley, Jacob Pins. In 3 from Linn-Mar, Luke Kelly. In 4 from Iowa City West, Hayden Hakes. In 5 from Linn-Mar, Mason Turner. In 6 from Ames, Josh Fisher. In 7 from Ames, Chris Fisher. And in lane 8 from Waukee, Drew Dickey. Mr. Starter.
Excited for this one. Excited to see the movement here through the entire 500.
A pair of brothers there at 6 and 7. So, lane 2, your defending state champ, Jacob Pins. He's going for a three-peat. Was not shaved last night. He had an old tech suit on, wasn't shaved. Doesn't use the counter for the first lap because if you can't count to 1, you really shouldn't be swimming this.
Well, that's why I don't swim the 500.
But his race plan, I'm going to let it out of the bag now. They're in the water. He's going to move somewhere between 125 and 150 and try to pick up that tempo. And he's got a good lane to do it. Now,
pretty good start to this, too.
The other thing, Will Gorman out here in lane 1, he's the one that had the Speedo brief on last night. They were concerned that the logo was illegal, so he wore a brief, didn't have another suit, was able to procure that suit for this race today. So we look to see him dropping time. He had a good 200 free. He's a good 200 flyer as well in the club season. But leading him out, 49.2, that's Pins. We'll keep an eye on that state record. Hayden Hakes for West there.
And this
had an unfortunate DQ last week in the 2IM, so this is his only individual swim, but he is going to help him out on relays as well.
This is where you said you were going to see movement from Pins at about the 125 mark.
Yeah, so we get 26. See what these other guys. So I think he's going to be the only guy under 26. Now, problem with that state record. He might run into the same problem Joe Poyak did. Is he's got those waves coming from the Linn-Mar swimmer that's Kelly and 3 and Will Gorman possibly hitting him when he comes out of these turns. So he's really going to have to work his underwater kick. And for those of you who don't know, I did coach Jacob a little bit in the club scene and got him to the junior national level, and then his club coaches and Sean and the Valley staff have really helped him take off from there.
It's kind of got 3 groups here. You got Pins out front, and then you got Hakes, and then you got a little bottle jam up there with Gorman and Kelly and Hakes and Turner.
I might have motivated Byron Butler a little bit. When I was texting this morning, I said, I got you guys slated to finish 4th. So I don't know if he told that to his guys, and they're all going to use that against me. But go ahead. Great. Prove me wrong. I'd love to see it. And Hayden Hakes has something to prove here because this is his only individual swim and his home pool. So he's having a good race here for West over in lane 4. The Fisher brothers over here in 6 and 7. Their dad is their coach for the Ames program. And then we got Mason Turner, who's a very good 4IMer, 200 backstroker, and middle distance freestyler for Linn-Mar coming up here too.
Good battle for third.
So you watch Luke Kelly. He's going to South Dakota here next year to swim at the D1 level. See if he throws in his kick here a little bit more. This is progressive, but this still holding 27. That's Pins out there. Boy, he's going to have to close. Legs are in it. I'm going to get his tempo here. So
state record again, 4:23.46.
He was 4:25 last year when he won it.
That's held by Trent Franzen.
I like what he's doing. He's staying on that inside rope, keeping his turns consistent. He always used to kind of take a little chopping and turns. So one thing I know his coaches have worked on is smoothing those out. And he actually called me like about 2.5 weeks ago to look at some video of what he's been doing.
He's got a shot. He's got to go about 54.0.
He's 27.1 there. It'd be good if he's under 26, 26.9 here, and we're feeling pretty good. 50 to go for Pins. I'm going to get his tempo. So he's cycling.
He's in good shape for this.
He's not tiring out. He's cycling at a 1.2 tempo.
You're going to see a record.
That is right there.
No, he's good. This is going to be a new state record.
Good battle for third, but right now it looks like Josh Fisher is going to get that third spot. Pins in there, 20. There it is! Good Lord! Destroyed it, 420.86. Coming home in a 25.3.
Well, he was 25.9, 25.3. His last 100 was a 51.
Excellent swim there by Pins. Hayden Hakes grabbing that second spot for the Trojan Bolts from Iowa City West. 4:28.63. Josh Fisher's going to round out your top three. 4:33.69 for the little Cyclones there, picking up some big points in lane 6. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Pins becomes a 3-time state champion.
Wasn't even close
in this event.
Yeah, I thought he'd have a race there.
He is the 10th swimmer in Iowa State swim history to win this event 3 times in a row between the 400 free and the 500 free. Congratulations.
A little bit of history there from our esteemed announcer, Corey.
State record by over 2.5 seconds.
Have the awards for the 100 freestyle para and the 100 freestyle.
I was concerned when I saw 27s, and then he pushed out 225s there at the end.
51.3 to end.
The top finishers in the freestyle para event, and a coach from Sioux City.
Hats off to Coach Ethan and Coach Landon and his club team and the Valley coaching staff today for setting up that swim. And now, is that going to inspire Valley's next couple swimmers to get up and go fast? Because Waukee's going to get some points there too. Waukee's got the 7th finisher, and then they had those points coming out of the heat before that.
So Valley and Waukee will be right next to each other in the third heat of the 200 free relay. They'll be in lanes 2 and 3. And Pins will be anchor in that for Valley. So you'll see him again shortly.
But the funny thing with that too, those guys are going head-to-head today for 2 different high schools. A couple weeks, they're on 3 different club teams. So they'll be racing each other again, but there might be a couple of your teammates today are going to be on another relay from one of the other clubs in that Des Moines area. So battle of the suburbs taking place right now. So
now we'll present the top finishers in the 100 freestyle para. In third place, James Duncan of Williamsburg, 2:04.36.
These are your awards. 100 free para.
Runner-up is Isaiah Picard of Indianola with a time of 1:42.85. And your state champion in the 100 freestyle pair with a new state record of 129.79, the freshman from Sioux City, Jaden Lovelace.
So we'll see Jaden coming up here later in the 100 backstroke.
A little bit of an easier time this time getting him up there. I was a little nervous.
Oh, yeah.
Up there the first time.
With Isaiah. Yeah. So update, your team scores after this 100 free will give you an update.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Can I get the 100 free open awards now?
Next, we'll present the top 8 finishers of the 100 freestyle. In 8th place, Owen Evans of Ankeny with a time of 47:39. In 7th place, Marcus Seifert of Cedar Rapids, Washington, 46:49. In 6th place, Caleb Stewart of Pleasant Valley, 46:44. In 5th place, Hudson Huberg of Linn-Mar with an All-American consideration time of 45:64. In 4th place, Charlie Bishop of Valley with an All-American consideration time of 45:55. Third place, John Butler of Cedar Falls, All-American consideration time of 45:45. Runner-up is Finn Martin of Newton with an All-American consideration time of 44:94. And your state champion of the 100 freestyle with an All-American automatic time of 43:42, a new state record holder, the senior from Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs.
So Owen Childs wins that 100 free. He's also seated first coming into the
Congratulations, gentlemen.
100 back. And that was the new state record there for that swim.
Media break, and then we'll resume with the 200 freestyle.
So we are going to cut to commercial break. Again, you're watching
relays.
State Swimming Championships here from the University of Iowa on KCRG 9.2.
All right, welcome back to the CRWC on the campus of the University of Iowa for boys high school state swimming. Got 4 events left for you: 200 free relay, 100 back, 100 breast, and the 400 free relay. We're going to see the 200 free relay participants for the for heat 1 of 3 come out here shortly. State record in this is 122.55, set back in 2016. McLaughlin, Keene, Martin, and Scott. You heard from a couple of those guys earlier today.
Yeah, 2 of those guys Hall of Famers today. And actually all of them now, because Keene and McLaughlin got in a year ago.
Up next is the 200 freestyle relay. State record time this event is 1:22:55. From the now all Hall of Fame relay of Mark McLaughlin, Aiden King, Alder Martin, and William Scott from Iowa City West from 2016. All-American automatic time is 1:24:34. All-American consideration time is 1:25:75. In lane 1 from Carroll, Kyle Sundrup, Jacob Braving, Kristen Blair, and Legan Cease. In 2 from Lewis Central, Jackson Murphy, Aaron Matulka, Gavin Rothmeyer, and Jimmy Cook. In 3 from Newton, Finn Martin, Caleb Punt, Ethan Comer, and Mac Copeland. In 4 from Southeast Polk, Quinn Winnery, Desmond Ortega, Skylar Willier, and Brady Snetzlar. In 5 for Decorah, Isaac Kanak, Dylan Hogan, Mason Cody, and Simon Coots. In 6 for Dubuque Senior, Garrett Herber, Walter Freund, William Fry, and Zach Heyer. In 7 from Atumwa, Jonathan Miller, Nathan Calhoun, Cameron Maneri, and Ashton Jivak. And in lane 8 from Grinnell, Brody Pettig, Isaac Reinhardt, Wyatt Sumner, and Jeff Seek, Mr. Starter.
All right, first heat of 200 free relay. These will go quick. They're all within a second of each other.
Now as a high school, college coach, do you lead off with your fastest swimmer, or do you put them anchor in this event?
Yeah, it's always a good question. You know, your fastest swimmer might not be your best anchor.
And I'm gonna tell you, based on how pools operate, I usually put my fastest swimmer first or second. So those of you ever racing against me, you know my strategy.
Well, and part of that too is if you go fastest to slowest, it's clean water.
Yep.
So you tell that fourth swimmer, who's your slowest swimmer possibly, you got clean water, don't get caught.
Yeah, and if they're smaller, get them to the clean water.
Right.
You know? They won't get bounced around. So Finn Martin out 20.5 there for Newton. Southeast Polk having a good race right on him here with Quinn Winnery leading them out. So the halfway point, we got Newton and Southeast Polk occupying third. That's
Decorah and then Senior, your top 4.
Can't breathe off these breakouts. It's critical. Good underwater there by Dubuque Senior, their third leg. He's pulling them right back into here. Slight lead for
that was William Fry
Southeast
there for
Polk. The Rams and the Rams are fighting with each other right now. Southeast Polkins is Senior.
In the water here is Zach Heyer for Senior, trying to close.
See these guys head down. They try not to breathe a lot. Keep that tempo up the whole time. 21.64 for Dubuque
Heyer.
Senior on the anchor leg. Heyer. He posts a 129.12. Second's going to be Decorah there. Good last 50. 129.67. Rounding out your top 3 is Rams from Southeast Polk. 129.71. All pretty good drops from last weekend for those 3 squads.
And that was the situation with Senior where the program we have up here was not the 4 swimmers that we had in the water. So again, like we've been talking, like we talked during the medley relay, what you got in a program based off of last week's districts meet does not necessarily mean what they're actually
qualify them at districts and then score points at state.
Yeah. Usually you get all 3 relays in and then you kind of do a little bit of maneuvering and try to get your top, your fastest in those 2 relays to get scored. And then that other relay maybe put some guys on there that were on other relays to get them that state experience. Going back to the discussion about where to put people, you need to be a special athlete to be an anchor, and you might be the fastest person on the relay, but you need to have that mentality to be able to be an anchor.
I think if you look in the college ranks, though, the standard is to put your fastest swimmer second or first now, because the waves at Division I and II and even 3 level gets so choppy that the hydrodynamics come into play on where you place those swimmers.
Yeah. And then you just get stuck underwater.
Well, if you're out of it, if you have 20.9 sitting on your anchor leg, but you're already 2 body lengths out, you're not catching up because you're gonna be running into waves going into the turn. So yeah, you see that. I think it's coming a little more common in high school, but you like putting a fast guy at the end though, if it comes down to the battle. But
I mean, ideally you have four fast people that
well,
are interchangeable, right?
Right.
I mean.
All right, Heat 2 walking to the blocks.
Heat 2 of the 200 freestyle relay. Starting in lane 1 for Davenport Central, Charlie Jacobs, Ben Cox, Calvin Devlin, and Gavin Hopewell. In 2 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Anthony Trotta, Joe Summeroff, Josiah Wickham, and Peter Wettenebel. In 3 from Dowling Catholic, Nick Rounds, Luke Suso, Henry McGuire, and Jack McGreen. In 4 from Sioux City, Hudson Bonk, Hunter Henrich, Cooper Nelson, and Max Asoff. In 5 from Linmar, Parker Mako, Colin Taylor, Ethan Crawford, and Luke Kelly. In 6 from City High, Joe Polyak, Braden Collender, Grant Bumstead, and Charlie Foll. In 7 from Boone, Carson Muggenberg, Isaiah Clark, Simon Abbott, and Warren Williams. And in lane 8 from Iowa City West, Ethan Landon, Joshua Chant, Reese Long, and Oliver Mikulski. Mr. Starter.
So to your point, City High's got Polyak leading off.
Yeah, they're going for clean water. Interesting too, though. Looks like Dowling Catholic in lane 3 has Rounds going 3rd. Keep an eye on that. Or did they switch
that's
him?
Interesting.
Did they switch him to 1st?
My guess would be they switched it.
They switched it.
Yeah.
They're okay. I was going to keep an eye on that, but there we go.
I think our answer,
now,
our question's been answered.
The other thing, these leadoff times count as individual cuts, so that those leadoffs 20.2 and 20.3, those are going to count for individual swims for
Rounds and Polyak.
Rounds and Polyak. Comes Dowling Catholic out of 3.
And that's that clean. In 3, that's the clean water you're talking about, right?
Yep. Maroons are. So he gets under those waves. Looking really good there in 3 for
City High coming up here in 6.
Quartet.
4, 5, 6, trying to make a move.
City High has swimmers on there from Solon, Regina, and City High. 22.5 though, that's Dowling Catholic going to drop some time here. Good battle for second, taking shape. Sioux City West moving up.
Well, it got stuck on the turn a little bit, anchor leg for Dowling Catholic.
Yeah.
Still looks like they're going to be able to hold on though.
21.6 coming home for Dowling. They're going to post a 126.05 second. The good back half on their 2 swimmers there, that Sioux City West. 127.13. And then Litmar's going to grab 3rd. 127.20 out of lane 5.
All right, our 3rd and final heat coming up here. Valley in 2 and Waukee in 3. Those are the teams to kind of keep an eye on.
And you have Pleasant Valley.
PV with Childs and Gorman.
And they're coming in with automatic seed time from last weekend. So already posting an automatic All-American time. Officials are talking. Let's see if their results change at all. It should post on that board if we have a DQ. And I think that's where you're going to see most of the DQs are in the last 2 heats because they're going to be really pushing those exchanges. Not always, but generally, those are the more competitive guys looking for the podium finish. We got the okay. I don't see the starter yet, so let's see. Now at a college meet, they announce what the disqualification was for and what leg it was on, but high school they just generally post it on the scrolling scoreboard. So here they are, they're talking.
Little meeting here back at lane 3.
Let's see if they go over. See if they go, the meet ref, if he goes over to the table, the scoring table, then we will have a disqualification. And these officials have little cards that they mark off, like who was good and X's and O's or whatever, a check mark, who's good and who might have been in a violation. If those match up, it's a dual confirmation, then the decision is made. Talking to West High coach. West was in that heat, though. Yeah,
they were down in lane 8. Right, and West, if you saw that, put up 4 fingers, so it might have been the 4th swimmer. If that's what they were.
All right, so here comes the final heat.
Put your hands together here, folks. Last race before the next break.
We'll check that in the final results.
Last
as we get it
heat
printed.
of the 200 freestyle relay. In lane 1 from Ankeny, Owen Schwabach, Owen Evans, Brock Peterson, and Roe Denny. In 2 from Valley, Harrison Amy, Charlie Bishop, Rowan Wall-Smith, and Jacob Pins. In 3 from Waukee, John Trosper, Logan Eastman, Klein Brock, and Lex Plagier. In 4 from Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs, Caleb Stewart, Jamison Gray, and Will Gorman. In 5 from Cedar Falls, Sam Weaver, Karen DeGroot, John Butler, and Cole Wilson. In 6 for Hempstead, Kyle Powers, Brandon Decker, Owen Lightson, and Michael Rhett Gilbertson. In 7 for Bettendorf, Jacob Mitvolsky, Ricky Zilmer, Hudson Weaver, and Kiefer Romer. And in 8 from Ames, Evan Fielmeyer, Joan Curry, Chris Fisher, and Josh Fisher. Mr. Starter.
Valley, Waukee, and Ames are all anchoring with guys that were in the final heat of that 500 free. So no rest for the wicked here as we move on to the sprint relay. Double points on the line.
That's Childs.
Way out there's
That's
Childs.
there, yep. That's
clean water.
4.
There it is.
Oh.
That's what we're talking about. Setting up his relay well. 20.1. 20.1 going out. I would have won the 50.
That's crazy. That's crazy. They do have Gorman there in the end, too, so they bookended their fastest 2 swimmers.
Yeah, unofficially, that's a new state record.
Wow.
20.18 is the state record. So a leadoff time, that's a legit swim. Pleasant Valley, the halfway point. 41.30, followed lane 3 by Waukee. They turned in 42.6. We're watching underwaters here. Waukee's making some ground. We got Gorman anchoring for Pleasant Valley, their 500 swimmer.
Laser, a freshman for Waukee. Good exchange there from 6.
Dubuque.
Hempstead, yep.
Hempstead coming into play.
Wow.
Gorman, let's see how he dolphin kicks here.
Hempstead's in second right now. That's big.
Will Gorman way out there. Great turn by the 500, 200
Hempstead's
fly
going to
guy.
get second here. Wow.
122.95 unofficially for Pleasant Valley. Just off that state record of 122.55. Second place. It looks like Dubuque Hempstead there.
And then third was Bettendorf in lane 7.
Yeah.
A couple of surprises there.
Anchor leg on Bettendorf, 20.55. That's Kiefer Romer, the junior. Pretty good breaststroker in IMR as well.
Looked like Valley came in 4th.
Got Pins going 20.8.
5th was Cedar Falls. 6th with Waukee. Wow, that could shake up some team scores.
Well, but let's see here. So West Des Moines Valley is still going to be a little bit ahead of Waukee with the results here.
Yep, going to pick up a couple
But just
points
off
there.
the state record by the Spartan Quartet there in lane 4 for Pleasant Valley. I think those are going to go through. If I see more than 2 officials in one spot and they're talking, I always get a little nervous. Yeah.
Coach Rick down there giving some hugs out for second place finish for Hempstead.
Great exchanges on Dubuque. Is that Hempstead?
Yeah, and I need to see who the third leg was there, because the third leg is where that. I mean, that was. Well, wait, I'm not sure that wasn't.
They swapped that up.
Yeah, they swapped that out.
Rick would do that to us.
Oh yeah. Coach Rick would do that.
All those Leffelholtzes and the trickery.
But that third leg was, because if you look at the fourth leg splits, 21-31. That's I don't know, middle of the pack there.
Yeah, they made a run for it on the third leg.
All 3 of those top 3 finishers, all from the Dubuque district last week.
Yeah, you're right. They're all up in that pool.
Yep, PV and Hempstead and Bettendorf all were in that Dubuque district last week. That's quick.
Great new aquatic center. Was it 4 years old?
Hat tip to Ben Collin for that note. He's always on top of those things too.
Chris Fisher of Ames with a time of 4:42.32.
Doing some awards now for the 500 freestyle.
And we will eventually be going to that new aquatic center in Dubuque after we get done here. So Jake and I will be coaching some of our club athletes at a last chance meet over in the Dubuque pool. They're also running a wrestling meet at that same site. So
a lot of sports today.
Yeah. You got qualified for state wrestling this weekend, so a very important weekend in that sport.
And I think the ladies' high school state wrestling was last weekend.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah, over in Corville.
That's a great addition to the lineup too.
About a block away from where my daughters live. In that
Extreme Arena,
yeah.
We'll need the top 8 swimmers from the 500 freestyle. Please report to the podium at this time.
Well, some of these guys are cooling down. They just got done anchoring.
Just got done swimming.
The 200 free relays there.
In 7th place, Drew Dickey of Waukee with a time of 4:41.98. In 6th place, Mason Turner of Linn-Mar with a time of 4:38.86.
Mason heading to University of South Dakota after he wraps up his scholastic career here.
In 5th place, Will Gorman of Pleasant Valley, 4:38.01.
Great swim out of lane 1 by Will today.
In 4th place, Luke Kelly of Linn-Mar with a time of 4:35.99.
The third of the Kelly clan to be a distance swimmer at the state level.
In 3rd place, Josh Fisher of Ames with a time of 4:33.69.
A guy that necessarily doesn't like the 500.
Is Hayden Hakes of Iowa City West with an All-American automatic time of 4:28.63.
I was saying about Fisher, he's good at it, so he swam it today. Hakes there, his home pool advantage, and swam a really solid, strong race for second. was an athlete of the week a couple
state
weeks ago.
champion of the 500 freestyle with an automatic All-American time and new state record of 4:20.86. The senior from Valley, Jacob Pins.
So a three-peat for Jacobo, as he's nicknamed. Dad and his sister are down there supporting him for Valley. His mom's actually on a business trip, but she's watching this broadcast from where she's at. Has a great state record that he took down too by Trent Franson. He lowered it by over 2.5 seconds with that 4:20.86 today. Great, that collection of 500s was off the hook.
Congratulations, gentlemen. That takes us to the 15-minute break.
So we're gonna
competition pool.
Should we update team scores and then go to break here?
Let's take a break first, and we'll give
Okay.
a little cliffhanger. So we'll give you some team scores that are up to date for the 200 free relay. You are watching Boys State Swimming live on KCRG 9.2.
When you go home, you'll feel good about what you did, and you're doing it for the kids. If they don't have us, they don't have these games.
Welcome back to the CRWC at the campus of the University of Iowa for boys high school state swimming. Great close here. We got 3 events left: 100 back, 100 breast, 400 free relay. Let's update you on some team scores through the 200 free relay. West Des Moines Valley has built a bit of a cushion, 193. Waukee is in second, 143.5. Linn-Mar, 131. Ames, 120. And Pleasant Valley, 117. That rounds out your top 5. Don and I were just talking over the break. 50 points is a lot to make up here with 3 events left.
Yeah, I think we're going to look at a situation where Waukee's going to come in. They're going to eat up a little bit of that on the breaststroke, since Valley doesn't have any qualifiers in that. 100 backstroke's kind of a wash, so we'll see if Valley's done the work. They may just have to just go safe exchanges and place that relay top 4 and try to win this title. Now, a similar situation played out 2018. It got down between Ames and Valley the last relay. And, I think Valley won the relay, but Ames got enough points that they won the meet. So, that was the title Dan Flannery coached the boys to that year, is at this pool. It wasn't a prelim final situation. It was one of the last years of the time finals. But so Sean's been in this position before. I got to think that Valley's got the edge coming in here.
So let's play the what if game here for a second. Let's try to predict some of this out. So Trasper is the top seeded B finalist. So if he holds serve there, that's 9 points. So that cuts into the lead 9 points. So now they're down 41. Let's just say Dylan Alt beats Nelson by a spot. So they pick up another point there. So now it's 40 points now. So now you're going into the breaststroke down 40 points.
There's not 40 points to be had.
And so let's just play along here. So Valley has no breaststrokers. So Waukee has got the second seeded breaststroker, and they have the fourth seeded breaststroker. So let's say they hold serve and they get second and they get fourth. That's 32 points. Now it's an 8-point difference going into that final relay.
Yeah.
And if we're looking at scoring relays and how the relays are scored, the winner of the relay gets 40 points.
And who's on them?
The winner of the relay gets 40 points, and then second place is 34, and then it goes by 2 points, right? So everyone goes by 2 points. You get that first place gets 40, then there's that 6-point break, but then every other spot after that, it's just a 2-point swing. So basically what would have to happen here is, in order for Waukee to make those 8 points, if everything else holds serve, is that they'd have to win it and then have Valley not get second or third, or there'd have to be a 4-place gap if they didn't win it between Valley and Waukee. Waukee would have to finish 4 places higher than Valley just to tie to get those 8 points in difference. So it is possible, and we saw, in the 2 free relay, Waukee got 6th and Valley got 4th. There might be, nobody was expecting Hempstead to get second place in the 200 free. So you could have somebody out of nowhere get second place like Hempstead did in the 2 free, and you could have somebody like Bettendorf get third in the 4 free, and then now you're getting to that four group gap. So this might be closer than we think when we get to that 4 free relay.
Definitely stay tuned. We're going to turn to some highlights now. Thanks for that analysis.
I was told there would be no math.
Yeah, well, it's always math at these things. So there's some highlights from earlier. Our 100 fly B final. Again, we had some fast time drops there. Brock Peterson from Ankeny. He's gonna win this heat. Jack Carver, West Des Moines Valley, was second. So 9th and 10th place there. Great swims. Here's your final 8. This was Holden Carter going for his first individual title. He's been on that podium with second, third a lot, had some relay titles, but he used his underwater kick that first 75 to get an advantage, get an automatic All-American time of 48.57. Parker Mako of Linn-Mar was second. Dylan Alt, Waukee got some points there for them in third.
Let's look at some para highlights from the 100 free.
3 gentlemen in here.
We had Duncan, Lovelace, and Picard. Lovelace took home the title and a new state record.
Jaden Lovelace there. He's going to be in lane 4. So the new standard 129.79.
We'll see Jaden and
Hunter
back here shortly.
Parkard second, and then James Duncan from Williamsburg, senior over there, dropping some time. Round out your field.
This is the B final of the 100 free.
This is really close. The first 50. But that's Renzi from Carroll, the sophomore. Gonna come home. Took a breath inside the flags. You don't really want to do that, but still held on for the win there. 46.99, dipping under that 47.0 he posted in prelims. And then your A final, the new state record there, the underwater
mastery.
Underwater dolphin kick clinic put on by Owen Childs.
We get to see that again shortly in the 100 back.
43-42 to take out Mark McLaughlin's long-standing state record.
Noticeably excited for that.
Ben Martin is second. John Butler rounding out your top 3 there for Cedar Falls. And then 500 free, another state record. So 2 freestyle records set today. Here's your B final. We had a slugfest between Waukee and Valley in this. There's Drew, Emmanuel, and
Wallsmith and Scuffham.
Yep.
So Scuffham finished third, and then the Valley's
Drew Emmanuel, your fastest qualifier, got second there in lane 4. That's his teammate. Ron Wallsmith there, 4:43.14 out of lane 6. Getting some Tigers excited for what was to come. So Tigers ended up winning the consolation final and the final here. Now our state champion came from lane 2, kind of laid back a little bit yesterday in prelims. Made his move at about 125 off that wall and then never looked back.
14-second difference.
And the last 2 splits were both sub 26.
14-second difference between his prelim time last night. And you might think, oh, it's 500 free. Everybody else in the field was within 2, with the exception of 1 or 2 guys, was within 3-4 seconds of last night.
And let's be honest, 420, that plays in Division I conference meets to score points. So outrageously fast swim.
All right, and then we got the 200 free relay.
This is heat 1.
We did have a DQ.
Yeah, Iowa City West in the last heat, lane 8, got disqualified for an early start. So that actually helps Waukee a little bit as far as the team points go. There's your winner, Dubuque Senior. Your neck of the woods there.
That's Zach Heyer finishing that up. Heat 1.
Heat 2 we got going underway here. It's a Dowling Catholic show over there in lane 3.
And we had Polyak out front early for City High.
Dowling Catholic, they ended up, what were they, 6th overall? 7th.
7th, yeah.
They get 7th overall out of that second heat.
Yeah, Nick Rounds was out quick.
And then here's your final heat. And Pleasant Valley threatened that state record, anchored with the 500 guy who, watch his turn, he gets under there pretty well. Good dolphin kick. So Will Gorman will bring them home.
Splits for Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs 20.17. Caleb Stewart, 21.13. Jameson Gray, 21.44. And then Gorman anchored in 20.21.
Hempstead got in there for second.
Yeah, great third leg from Owen Lightson, 20.78.
Then Bettendorf, good 2 middle legs, got some separation over on the other side of the pool for third.
Decker also had a great second leg for Hempstead. It's one of the faster ones in the field as well. So that middle really helped Hempstead quite a bit
and then,
to get second.
Who went third? Was that Hudson Reaver? Yeah, Hudson Reaver for Bettendorf getting a good lead there. They closed with Kiefer Romer. We're going to see him later in the breaststroke. So we're going to head to commercial break again. I'm Coach Don Spellman, joined here by Coach Jake G from Dubuque area. We are going to take a break here from Iowa City. You are watching state swimming action here at the CRWC on KCRG 9.2.
Welcome back to the CRWC for boys state swimming. Our next event's going to be the para event of the 100 backstroke. It's our last para event of the day. Jaden Lovelace is going to be in lane 4 from Sioux City, and Nathaniel Crowell will be from Williamsburg. And we've seen both of them swim
Next
earlier
to 100
today.
backstroke para. This is the first time this event will be swum at this event. Competing in this first event, we have in lane 4, Jaden Lovelace from Sioux City. And in lane 5, from Williamsburg, Nathaniel Crow. Mr. Starter.
So as you heard there, this is the first time we will have this event at the state meet. So we'll set a state record today.
Nathaniel coming in with a seed time of 2:02.80. Jaden coming in with a seed time of 1:37.83.
Freshman versus senior. Jaden's a freshman and Nathaniel is a senior. We saw these guys earlier.
Yeah,
Jaden swam the 100 free and set a new state record in that.
we've had freestyle and breaststroke events at this level before, but as you heard Corey, this is the first time we've had backstrokers here at this meet, swimming in the Paralympic section.
Nathaniel reset his own state record in the 200 free earlier today.
Jaden turning a 47.1. Nathaniel there at 58 plus.
Again, 3 more events to go here, backstroke, breaststroke, and the final event of the 400 free relay. Still got plenty of time for team scores to shift.
So there it is for Jaden Lovelace. Good time drop. Just a little over his tee time. 138.43 is 137 last weekend.
Looks like Nathaniel will have a pretty good time drop here.
Came in with a 2:02.
Get under 2 minutes there.
7:58.
Get in under 2 minutes.
Get in there. Oh, right at it. 2:00:57 there for Nathaniel Crow, representing Williamsburg.
All right, so now we'll have our B final for the 100 back. Then we'll have our A final, and then we'll do awards for the 2 free relay.
So the 100 back, we saw a state record last night. The fastest qualifier in the A final. We'll see if he can reset that mark here for the final.
What are you thinking for athlete of the year? Got some good candidates.
You got to look at double winners.
Yep. So that'll be.
Now, are they voting on it before the breaststroke? Because that could be against Joe Poliak if they vote too early.
Yep.
So I think Penn's got a state record, 500 free. So I think he's made his case.
Childs
sets 2 state records, and I think
Consolation
you got to go with that.
Is to lose. Yep.
The state record time of this event was set last night from Owen Childs with a 47.92, overtaking the oldest record on the books, Andrew Van Meter's 2003 48.83. All-American time in this event is a 49.07. All-American consideration time is a 50.18. In lane 1 from Burlington, John Cottrell. In 2 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Gavin Lucas. In 3 from Sioux City, Carson Hoke. In 4 from Waukee, John Trosper. In 5 from Linmar, Mason Turner. In 6 from Ottumwa, Jonathan Miller. In 7 from Pleasant Valley, Caleb Stewart. And in lane 8 from Dubuque Senior, William Fry. Mr. Starter.
Mason Turner's fun event. But as you heard before, that long-standing state record, the last of the Fieldhouse Pool records to go down by Andrew Van Meter went down yesterday in prelims in this event.
All of us that swam in that Fieldhouse are sad to see that one go.
It was time.
It was time.
It was
yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Wow. Pretty even across the field. Trosper and Turner there in lane 5. This is Turner's fun event. He's more of a 200 backstroker and 4IMer, so high school you see him swimming 500 free, and then he actually moved over to this race today, and he's out after it, 25-2. Trosper following 25-3 there in lane 4. Lane 1 making a run. That's Cottrell from Burlington.
And you see those underwaters, and you're saving yourself 5 or 6 strokes by staying underwater. Obviously,
look,
the oxygen.
Cottrell's right in this. Looks like Trosper picked up his tempo. Mason's holding some good water. Long finish. It's going to be Mason. Time that just right. 51.79. Trosper for second, 51.85. What's that for third, Jake?
Cottrell up there, 53.22.
There we go. outside lanes, getting some points there for some of the smaller teams. Burlington going to get on the board. That was always when I was swimming for Perry. That was my big goal. I want to go there and grab some points and come home with some bragging rights for my club teammates. So. Here we go with the final heat on their way to the block.
Championship final, the 100 backstroke. Starting in lane 1 from Carroll, Tegan Renzi. In 2 from Iowa City West, Holden Carter. In 3 from Valley, Dylan Nelson. In 4 from Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs. In 5 from Dowling Catholic, Nick Rounds. In 6 from Waukee, Dylan Oltz. In 7 from Keokuk, Brendan Rooster. And in lane 8 from Southeast Polk, Desmond Ortega. Mr. Starter.
I think this will be a battle for second. Childs put one out there yesterday, and he's going to go after it today. I'm going to watch those last 2 turns, see if he adds some dolphin kicks on those. Now, if you notice, too, they're not using those backstroke wedges today. Those aren't used in the high school setting yet. They are used at other levels. Early leader out there, that's Holden Carter. He's going out right with Childs there. He's going to work those underwaters as much as he can. Let's see. Let's count the kicks here. There's the separation. Counted 10 kicks off that wall. Looks good. Got a good breath there.
Looks like Rounds is in second. Probably going to get second.
Dowling Catholic, he's also working those underwater turns. It's Childs, 46, 47. He does it again, 47-6-4. Owen Childs. Pleasant Valley resetting that state mark, the only guy to clear 48. Nick Rounds is going to get second there for Dowling Catholic.
Big team points for Nelson and third for Valley. There's that 2-position gap there between Valley and Waukee. Alt got 5th and Nelson got 3rd, so a couple extra points picked up for Valley from what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Anytime they can pick up a couple extra points and extend that lead out.
Because they have no breaststrokers coming back.
There's going to be a bigger cushion for them in the 4 free relay when we get to that point.
And they had good breaststroke swims. It's just they're freshmen that they didn't get into scoring position and underclassmen. So
that just makes it more important for Brock and Hamling to move up in their seeding for Waukee to give them a chance in that 4 free relay.
So the consideration standard there, 50.18. We got quite a few of those. Let's see, 1, 2, and then automatic cut was a 49.07. So both Childs and Rounds will be automatic All-Americans out of that heat.
Get you the 200 freestyle awards here shortly.
Yeah, 200 freestyle relay.
Top 8 relay teams in the 200 freestyle and a coach from Pleasant Valley. Please make your way to the podium for our next awards presentation.
Was a state record threatened in that event.
1 minute media break.
For that 200 freestyle relay, just to recap, 6th place was Waukee with a consideration cut. Cedar Falls was 5th. 4th place was Valley. Bettendorf was 3rd. Dubuque Hempstead was second, so all those teams from sixth place to second for consideration
the 200
times.
freestyle relay. In 8th place is Ames with 126.76. Evan Fieldmeyer, Jones Drury, Chris Fisher, and Josh Fisher. In 7th place, Dowling Catholic with a time of 126.05. Nick Rounds, Luke Susel, Henry McGuire, and Jack McGuire. In 6th place, Waukebu with an All-American consideration time of 125.64. John Trosper, Logan Eastman, Klein Brock, and Lex Plagier. In 5th place, Cedar Falls with an All-American consideration time of 125.57. Sam Weaver, Kieran DeGroot, John Butler, and Cole Wilson. In 4th place, Valley with an All-American consideration time of 125.49. Harrison Amy, Rowan Wallsmith, Charlie Bishop, and Jacob Pins. In 3rd place, Bettendorf with an All-American consideration time of 125.04. Jacob Mitvalski, Ricky Zilmer, Hudson Weaver, and Kiefer Romer. Runner-up is Dubuque Hempstead with an All-American consideration time of 124.87. Kyle Powers, Brandon Decker, Owen Lightson, and Logan Westoff. And your state champions of the 200 freestyle relay with an automatic All-American time of 122.95. The Spartans from Pleasant Valley. Owen Childs, Caleb Stewart, Jamison Gray, and Will Gorman.
There's your champs from Pleasant Valley. We just saw Owen Childs also win that backstroke race, a new state record. Will Gorman, the senior anchor leg, was coming out of that 500 free and popped off for 20.2. So shout out to those guys on that really fast swim, and just 4/10 off that state record. So that's not even a stroke. That's like, 1/2 of a stroke cycle. So.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
All right,
we'll now have a 1-minute break for media. We'll come back with the.
We've got the 100 breaststroke and the 4 free relay. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back shortly. You are watching the Boys State Swimming coverage live on KCRG 9.2. Welcome back to the CRWC. Next event's going to be the 100 breaststroke. A couple things to watch for here. Forrest Frazier has your state meet record, 53.15, set back in 2020. We've got two guys that already have automatic All-American times, Joe Polyak and Klein Brock, and then a couple guys last night got consideration. So that was Mako, Romer, and Hamling.
And it took a 1001 to get into that B final, so looking for those guys to try to go a little faster.
Yeah, these guys were born at the wrong time because 59s would have been.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you got dolphin kicks now and the suit technology. And when I first, this might have been different from when you're swimming. When I first started swimming, your shoulders had to be square or parallel to the gutter, so you couldn't dip the shoulder. That came into play probably when you were just getting wet behind the ears there, Coach Jake. So, so this is rule changes, sped this event up. Yeah, you got a bunch of guys breaking a minute already. So we also got a lot of parity because we got a couple different schools. Tom was looking to score some points. Carroll. Then Linmar's got a couple swimmers coming to the play here. So this will be a fun race to watch.
Again, for that A final, keep an eye on the team total. On lanes 5 and 6. And obviously Polyak's going for try to break the state record. 54.16 last night.
Held by another guy from City High, a former City High swimmer.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team.
Next is the 100 breaststroke consolation final. State record time in this event is 53.15 from Forrest Frazier of City High in 2020. All-American time in this event is 55.44. All-American consideration is 56.68. In lane 1 from Atumwa, Ashton Jivak. In 2 from Carroll, Legan Cease. In 3 from Sioux City, Hudson Vonk. In 4 from Cedar Falls, Cole Wilson. In 5 from Iowa City West, Winston Fan. In 6 from Dubuque Senior, Zach Heyer. In 7 from Sioux City, Max Asoff. And in lane 8 from Linmar, Owen Siren. Mr. Starter.
All right, our last individual event of the day.
The best for last.
Well, that's up for interpretation.
Breaststroke is the best stroke. Couple different ways to swim this. Got to use the underwater as short course, but you'll see some swimmers either exaggerate the pull or they'll exaggerate that kick. Good pull out there on Winston Fan, hometown guy. Winston Fan from West High there leading out the first 25. Cole Wilson had a good last 50 last night. He's setting that up there again. He's got a little longer front end on his stroke. But you got to do an out sweep, an in sweep, then you kick into your glide. Try to get a little hip action there to get some forward momentum. And from when I swam till now, the kick has gotten narrower and quicker. So it's more of a knee to ankle like whip action from when I was first getting into the sport.
Yeah, you're not gonna see a ton of variation in what the stroke looks like in freestyle, but in breaststroke you certainly will.
Yeah, especially based on body type. That's Wilson. Did it last night too. Came back strong. 30.1 on the back end to take that heat. 57.26 to get 9th place. Winston Fan from West here up the road. 57.35. Round out your top 3. That's Zach Heyer from Dubuque. Yep. 58.80.
Just out-touched Hudson Vonk from Sioux City. He was 4th with 58.82. So again, we got our A final here. Keeping an eye on Polyak. See if he can't drop some time here, get into that realm of that state record.
Making their way to the blocks is the championship final of the 100 breaststroke. In lane 1 from Cedar Falls, Sam Weaver. In 2 from Linn-Mar, Parker Mako. In 3 from Bettendorf, Kiefer Romer. In 4 from City High, Joe Polyak. In 5 from Waukee, Klein Brock. In 6 from Waukee, Jake Hamling. In 7 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Andrew Seifert. And in lane 8 from Davenport West, Eric Ding. Mr. Starter.
Again, Polyak's a little better at the long course version of this. He's going to use his underwaters, have a good second 50. And we got Eric Ding, who swam really well in the IM, but was disqualified. He's going to try to pick up some points here for Davenport. Davenport West over in lane 8.
Yeah, we were glad to see him get into the A final here after his IM.
Very solid breaststroker.
And this event was Joshua Chen of Ames last year, 55.
Polyak out good here. Out 25.13. He's a full second faster than Klein Brock, who is out in second there in lane 5. Again, keep an eye on the Waukee swimmers for team points.
Kiefer Romer having a good swim up there in lane 3. He and his sister Sammy, both very good breaststrokers. She's a college swimmer now. This is all Joe Polyak, 51, 52, get in there.
Just missed that
Just missed the state record. Under 54 though for the first time, 53.42. Second, who we got second here?
Klein Brock was second, so that's big for Waukee. Third place was Kiefer Romer from Bettendorf, 55.93. Fourth place was Mako from Linn-Mar, and then Hamling was fifth from Waukee. So we'll get those team points updated and kind of tell you what to look for in the 4 free. At this point, there's really only Waukee is really the only team that can catch Valley, barring any disqualification. I mean, I guess there's always the chance for disqualification in that 4 free relay, and if you do DQ, you're losing 35, 40 points, depending on where you're finishing.
Just for those at home, they're both in that final heat. West Des Moines Valley's going to be in 3, Waukee will be in 2. Pleasant Valley that won the 200 free relay, they're going to be your top seed. Lane 4 in that final heat of the relays coming up.
So I think those scores on the board are updated through the 100 back, and they just took them off. But Valley had 209, and that didn't change from the 100 back, or that didn't change at all from the 100 breaststroke because they had no breaststrokers. And Waukee was second with 195.5. So if you do the math on that, that's 13.5 points. So there has to be a 14-point gap for Valley to not be able to hold them off for the state title. And a 14-point gap, depending on where they're finishing, that's 7 places. Yeah. And I'm not sure I see that. I'm not sure there's going to be a 7-place gap between the two, unless Waukee can find a way to win the 4 free.
Hey, stranger things have happened,
right.
Man.
They're going to have to. Basically, it's going to boil down to they're going to have to win it, and that's going to be a tall order. With Pleasant Valley in there, they were the champs of the 2 free, and they got the same 4 guys in the 4 free. I think the same 4 guys. I know they got the same anchor and the same leadoff guy. And anytime you're throwing out Owen Childs as your leadoff for Pleasant Valley, and you're closing with Gorman, and actually they reversed it on the 4 free. They had Childs lead off the 2 free, but they're actually flip-flopping it. And Gorman is leading off, and then Childs is closing. So I don't know. That's a tall order.
Gorman will plow the road with that big frame and set up his next two guys there. Yeah, strategy's going to come into play.
Yeah, same four guys
at the award
as the champion 2 free.
100 backstroke para.
We'll send it down to Corey for some awards here.
Your runner-up is Nathaniel Crow of Williamsburg with a time of 2:00:57.
Again, first time para 100 backstroke contested here, Paralympic version.
And your first ever state champion in this event with a time of 1:38.43, the freshman from Sioux City, Jaden Lovelace.
Congrats to both of those gentlemen, but Jaden on being the first ever state champ in the para 100 back.
Mad props to the clothing attire for Coach Hoke there from Sioux City. Breaking out the Hawaiian shorts, the golf shorts there for this afternoon.
Always a crowd pleaser.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
You know, Council Bluffs, Bruce Schaumer always used to have either Hawaiian shirts or Hawaiian shorts. I saw him, he's got tan shorts on and a polo shirt. I'm
polo,
like,
yeah.
What's happening here? You're losing some flares. We get on the season. So
usually it's kind of the other way. You get more flair as you get older.
Yeah, and I can always pick them out, you know. But
next, we'll present the awards for the 100 backstroke. In 8th place, Desmond Ortega of Southeast Polk with a time of 53.14. In 7th place, Brendan Wooster of Keokuk with a time of 50.98. In 6th place, Tegan Renzi of Carroll with a time of 50.74. In 5th place, Dylan Alt of Waukee with a time of 50.60. In 4th place, Holden Carter of Iowa City West with a time of 50.55. In 3rd place, Dylan Nelson of Valley with an All-American consideration time, 49.51. Runner-up is Nick Rounds of Dowling Catholic with an All-American automatic time of 48.71. And your state champion, a new state record holder with an automatic All-American time of 47.64, the senior from Pleasant Valley, Owen Childs.
Owen's been on a streak. Couple state records here this weekend and a relay title so far. So
yeah, if you're looking at athlete of the year, I think he's got a pretty good shot.
I think he's got the nod because two state records that were not easy.
No, no, the one that's the oldest in the book right now, or was.
And you know, funny thing, you know, Mark McLaughlin, I know both those guys, and Andrew Van Meter. Mark swam 100 free, 100 back, 50 free to 2016 Olympic trials.
Congratulations, gentlemen. We'll now take a 1
Andrew Van Meter
break before our last event.
Multi-time state champion record holder. So, all right, we are going to go to break, and then we'll come back with the last event of the meet, the 400 freestyle relay, some of the team awards here at the CRWC pool in Iowa City. You are watching Iowa High School Athletic Association State Swimming Championships here on KCRG 9.2.
Welcome back to the CRWC. We are down to our final event, the 400 free relay. We've had a great day of swimming, a lot of fast swims, a lot of state records being set today. Might see one more today. We'll send it down to Corey for heat 1 of the 4 free relay.
First heat of the 400 freestyle relay. State record time in this event is 3:02:38 from 2020's Bettendorf. Sam Mitvalski, Noah Mitvalski, Alex Stone, and Charlie Bunn. Automatic All-American time is 3:05:74. All-American consideration time is 3:08:40. Starting in lane 1 for Decorah, Isaac Kanak, Dominic Biak, Mason Cody, and Simon Coots. In 2 for Ankeny, Finn Stukerjurgen, Roe Denny, Briar Pearson, and Austin Troyer. In 3 for senior, Duncan Freund, Alex Dixon, Cole Marshall, and Walter Freund. In 4 from Johnston, Jack Meyer, Manit Sheff, Max Deacon, and Nikolai Silken. And 5 for Davenport Central, Charlie Jacobs, Ben Cox, Calvin Devlin, and Gavin Hopewell. In 6 for Marshalltown, Michael Lechner, Cade Randall, Charlie Gilbertson, and Lincoln Barker. In 7 for Lewis Central, Jackson Murphy, Aaron Matulka, Gavin Rothmeyer, and Jimmy Cook. And in 8 from Grinnell, Brody Pettit, Chase Rundle, Wyatt Sumner, and Jeff Seek. Mr. Starter.
All right, so we are off with our last event of the day, the 400 freestyle relay. I always like this because, again, with the relays, you don't know who's actually swimming on these based off of what happened.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on the strokes, but unless we know their cap and goggles, it's hard to sometimes see if they're doing if we don't.
I know just from what Senior has written down, I know Dubuque Senior is not swimming the 4 guys that are in the program right now. So I'm sure that's the same for other teams as well. So it's kind of fun.
Davenport Central, your leader after 50. A little hair medal leading us into the final heat.
It's appropriate. You know what? Corey Harms can DJ any of the next 5 weddings I'm going to have. I'm just kidding.
I've requested the Ramones and Van Halen.
I don't think you've heard either.
I don't think I've heard either one. So I'm waiting. Out after it, Davenport Central, 48-1-1 on their opening leg. We think that's Charlie Jacobs.
Got to think they're probably, based off of that anyway, based off that first swim, I got to think that was him.
And these guys are fairly rested. A few of these guys haven't swam much today.
I know for senior, none of these guys have swam today. At least 3 out of the 4 have not swam today. Which is cool. They get that state meet experience.
So they loaded up the
200
relays.
The 2 medley.
Well, and sometimes you got to do that for team scores, but you're right. You get the other guys the experience of coming here and warming up and then racing.
Yeah, teams that might not be as deep as some of the higher scoring teams, you got to move those around.
We got Decorah and Ankeny over there in lane 2 moving up, but still the halfway point. That's Davenport Central, 139.10 with 2 legs to go. Second place right now, Decorah in lane 1. Ankeny in lane 2 is in your 3rd place spot. The Ankeny relay also is fairly rested, besides Finn Stukersjurgen, who had a race earlier today.
Central still trying to hold on here after that big lead after the first leg.
And there's a couple guys I highlighted. This is their only swim today. So they've warmed up, cheered on their teammates, and then hanging out. So
yeah,
to ride the adrenaline here.
A lot of swim watching last night, a lot of swim watching today, and you finally get to your race.
Moving up, that's Johnson. Lane 4.
Good race here for
Max Deacon, the senior there.
For your top finisher in heat 1.
Slight lead still by Davenport. Johnson on their toes. Oh, they're breathing at each other too. They're going to see each other on this link. They're not going to see each other in the next 25, most likely. Sometimes you see bilateral breathing, but generally the sprinters, they breathe to one side. So when they make the turn, they're going to be eyeball to eyeball. Slight edge, Davenport Central, lane 5. Look at all those waves, too. The separations leading some waves over there in 6, 7, and 8. Strong 25 here, the Anchor Lake Davenport Central. That was Hopewell. They're going to post a time 3:17.65.
Couple ticks better than last week.
3:19.05 there. Johnson's going to finish second. Your third place finishers up there in lane 3. The Vikings from Decorah, they're going to post a 3:20.60. Round out your top 3 in Heat 1.
Again, just a quick update on those team scores. You've got basically only 2 teams that can win the meet, barring something crazy. Valley or Waukee. Valley's winning 209. Waukee's at 195.5. So that's 13.5 points. 40 points for the winner of the relay. Then it goes to 34, and it's a 2-point gap every position after that.
What do you teach in college?
That's not math.
What subject?
It's not math. It's taking care of business is what we do.
Okay, so I'm going to defer to you with my English and history skills. Once this relay's over, who's
okay, yeah, we can do that.
I'm going to go with your math skills.
Yeah, we can do that.
I got my phone ready.
We'll make sure it's unofficial though. We don't want to get anybody.
I sometimes
too
forget to carry the 1, so just warning you.
Yeah. I mean, at math, addition's okay. It's when you get into the sine and cosine and all that other fun stuff that a little bit of struggle. So again, 14-point swing basically is what Waukee needs, and so that's 7 places unless they win the relay.
Yeah, double points, those relays for you watching at home. Officials are discussing something here. They're looking at the exchanges, I think.
Coach Rick gave the guys the thumbs up, I think, to come on out. Not sure why he's the one that's down there directing. And now he's getting yelled at now that he gave the thumbs up, I think.
Well, it's Wallace, so Dave Wallace and him are been around.
They all look the same down
so here
there.
they're talking in the middle. We're going to see.
With their khaki pants and their navy shirts, they all look the same.
Dave's been a high school, club, and college official. He actually helped us out up at Coe College when we ran the ARC Conference Championships last year. His daughter is an official in the Des Moines area now. So
Megan?
Yep.
Yeah. Freestyle relay. We'll have the coaching staff of the year, the athlete of the year, and then we'll
just saw her last weekend. I told her she'd feel free to DQ my kid on 2.
Well, that was Dana, I think. I think Dana's the one
yeah.
that's doing the officiating. Yeah.
Two of 3 things that my swimmer did wrong. I go, you can pick. You don't want to waste paper.
Don't need to write a novel there. Just make it short.
All right, let's see. So exchanges are coming into play here, and some of those teams on these outside lanes are pushing those a little bit. See if that board switches at all.
Wow, and it didn't switch on the 200, so I don't think it's when we had that DQ on the 200. I don't think we're going to see it on the 4.
Yeah.
Can I have a coach from the Dubuque senior team please report to the table?
Just got over the loudspeaker that there was they needed Coach Huff from senior, so I'm not sure if that's.
Well, that's.
I don't know.
That's going to play a big role in the points because they got 8th in the heat, but
right.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, for those kids, their lasting memory is not. You would hope their lasting memory of swimming at the state meet is not disqualifying the relay, no matter what place they get.
They got to notify the coach of what the infraction was and what leg. So, but it's also a learning experience. I mean,
and
I went down to zones in Arkansas and got disqualified.
Well, and I said at the beginning of that race, I said a lot of those guys had not swam yet this weekend.
Yeah.
So adrenaline is running. Get me in the pool.
Yeah.
You know.
So second heat on their way to the blocks. Second of 3. This 400 free relay.
Heat 2, the 400 freestyle relay in lane 1 from Carroll, Tristan Blair, Ty Thomas, Jacob Graving, and Tegan Renzi. In 2 from City High, Philip Barry Stoltz, Charlie Fold, Braden Collender, and Joe Polyak. In 3 from Boone, Carson and Muggenberg, Isaac Clark, and Simon and Abnett. And Warren Williams. In lane 4 from Sioux City, Cooper Nelson, Brenton Petit, Carson Hope, and Kellen Dean. In 3 from Cedar Rapids, Washington, Marcus Seifert, Josiah Wickham, Gavin Lucas, and Andrew Seifert. In 6 from Southeast Polk, Quinn Winnery, Desmond Ortega, Cooper Ortega, and Brady Snetzler. In 7 from Dubuque Hempstead, Logan Westhoff, Kyle Powers, Michael Rhett Gilbertson, and Owen Lightson. And an 8 from Dowling Catholic, Luke Susel, Henry McGuire, Jack McGuire, and Andrew Honkamp. Mr. Starter.
So I want you to, in this, I want you to, as the Dubuque guy, keep an eye on Hempstead here in 7. You know, they came out of nowhere kind of to get second place in the 2 free, and I think they got a chance to move up here in this heat anyway, in the 4 free as well.
See, last high school swim for Quinn Winnery there at Southeast Polk. He had an ankle injury this year, but came back to qualify for this meet. He's leading out the Rams. But your leader right now, Cedar Rapids Wash in lane 5.
City High out there in 2 as well.
That's Joe Poliak. No, that's Philip Barry Stolzen. So saw him earlier in the 100 free and 2 IM. Yesterday in prelims. That's City High, strong. Wow.
44-9.
Wow.
We sure that wasn't Poliak?
No, that's Joe.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, are we sure that
So
wasn't
they
Poliak?
flipped.
I'm not sure there's another guy going 44-9.
Yeah, Phillips
on
behind the
relay.
block. You're right. Good call. That looked like Joe. My initial inclination, I was like, oh, Mandy made a late switch.
Again, here comes Hempstead in 7. Their 2-3 swimmers made that move in the 2 free. Watch them in this 4 free as well make that move.
Now, City High trains over at Mercer Park Aquatic Center, my old stomping grounds for club, and just about 8 minutes away by car. They're leading you out here. It's basically a hometown pool for them. Wash is still in there for second. We come into the halfway point. You're at Hempstead's making a run over here in 7.
Up and Boone over there in 3.
City High in first, 134.02.
That's Braden Colander for City High out there.
In the water, in 1.
Boy, that would have been a story if they had 2:44.9s.
Yeah, well.
Hope.
Philip,
5, Gavin.
Philip's got high elbows, but
He's
not,
got speed.
not that kind of tempo.
Right.
Yeah.
He's got speed.
7, Michael Rhett Gilbertson.
I coached him in club for a couple of years, so it's like I think they did a swap, but
A little stuck there on this turn, on that 50 turn.
yeah, waves are going to come into play here.
Yep. Good battle here between City High and Wash.
I like where Hempstead is, though. If they get through these waves over here in 7,
yeah,
they got some clean water.
He had a tough time with both of those turns.
Okay, so Philip Barry Stozel anchoring for City over there in 2.
And this is lights in for Hempstead in 7, and he was the one that had the great third leg on the 2 free. So let's
We got
keep
an
an eye on
anchor
him.
for Wash. Let's see, that's Andrew Seifert, the
425.
sophomore that swam 2 IM earlier.
Lorenzi in 1, Joe Poliak in 2. Warren
Got a couple of 2 IMers anchoring some of these.
5, Brady Snetzler.
Good battle here, real close.
Oh, I think Wash. No, Hempstead moved up there.
Boy, they're just having trouble getting those breakouts out of 7. I don't know if it's
4-9
waves or what it is.
45.94, Wash holding second. 246.09.
It's the waves, dude.
City
And they're just having real trouble getting up and out. Let's see if he can
That
close.
one was decent, though.
See if
the
he
last
can
I think
5.
Wash coming on here at the end. Down to the touch, it's going to be Wash.
and then Hempstead.
Wash going to post a 3:10.36. Hempstead there for second, 3:10.75. Good drop from last weekend. City High's going to hold on for third after that 44 leadoff by Poliak. 3:11.51 for the Little Hawks. So
See, even a clock is right twice a day, right? Told you to keep an eye on lane 7, and they were right there at the end.
all right, yeah. We got some insights that pan out every now and
A
then.
little bit, every now and again. All right, championship heat. Well, fastest 8, sorry. The
Fastest seeded heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Again, that 14 points is what you're looking for. So Waukee is in 2 and Valley is in 3 for the team title. And then you're looking at 4 for Pleasant Valley. You know, with Gorman and Childs, are going to be tough to beat. Let's see if those 310s sneak into the top 8. They got a shot.
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
he seeded 4th.
I agree they got a shot, but
yeah.
I want to see who. I want to see the order on Cedar Falls if they're going to stick with that, and what Waukee does there in lane 2. Pretty sure Valley's going to anchor with pins. He likes the pressure and he loves being anchored.
Just a quick shout out to all the media coverage too. All the newspapers around the state covering our sport as well. They do a great job of that. I know, our hometown paper, the Telegraph Herald, Jim Leitner does a great job of covering swimming. He's a big advocate for the sport, and we appreciate that.
Douglas Miles from the Gazette.
Yep, he's real good as well. Yep. And I'm sure there's folks out west that Don and I don't really know about that are real good at that too. So getting that support is important as well. So appreciate that, and KCRG for broadcasting this.
Yeah, this is.
It's tremendous. A lot of people that can't be here
I
able to watch the sport.
I love the fact that guys get a showcase now at this level. So, and I've heard from college coaches it helps with recruiting because they can go right online and take a look at what we're seeing here. So, shout out to Iowa High School Athletic Association for setting this up, and KCRG TV for.
And all the people behind the scenes of KCRG, all the camera folks working today. Producers, directors, all those folks.
For allowing us to do this.
That's right. Erin does a great job. Erin's really supportive of us. She's the behind-the-scenes lady that helps make us sound good and does our sound checks and everything like that. So appreciate her. And we would get you waves for all the camera folks, but I don't know if they want to do any waving. I'm getting a smile over here from the one. So. We might be able to show some camera folks. Just get that support from them. They do a great job giving us those pictures. There you go. They're going to go on strike now. So. Oh, there's Frank. Wait, Frank. This, you can see us in the corner here. Hey. Oh, there's Emma. Emma's thrilled that she's on camera.
Scoreboard.
Hi, Elena down there at the end on the scoreboard. They do a great job. And Jeff was up there on the diving board, but you can't see him. He's a secret agent, so he can't have his face be shown on camera. They do a great job. They're giving you all the pictures this weekend. Still waiting on this last heat of 4 free. They're just trying to build up the suspense.
I think so. The officials are meeting down there. I don't know if we have a relay, a late change on one of the relays. Trying to see down to the table here.
I think those changes would have been made already, though.
Yeah, I thought they have to.
Yeah, I think they have to officially be in before.
The only thing they might allow is an injury, but injury or health issue, but. So just let you know, look at lane 2 and 3. Those are your top 2 teams. And then we'll have some drama in lane 4 with Pleasant Valley looking to try to win both those free relays today. Possibly take a shot at that state record. Again, that's a 3:02.38, also held by a Quad City area team, the Bettendorf Bulldogs.
While we have this second too, just thank all the supporters of swimming, all the parents, grandparents, siblings, cousins, everybody out there watching that couldn't be here today, supporting your athletes. It's tremendous.
Relay will present for the 100 breaststroke. Awards for the 400 freestyle relay, the coaching staff of the year, the athlete of the year, and then present the championship para team trophy and the third place runner-up and championship trophies.
So still having a little bit of a discussion down there. We're getting more officials involved now. Little powwow.
Did we have a suit violation?
Possibly. I mean, you wouldn't think at this point in the meet, but
Yeah, well, but you have new swimmers.
right.
So-
But I mean, you wouldn't think that the coaches would. Do you think the coaches would catch that at this point? Possibly.
Little Jake and little Johnny and little Donnie mix up their suits.
That's
and
true.
They might have one of those. So
Yeah,
I
little
don't.
Jake is certainly capable of that. So
No, I don't know what they're discussing here. Maybe it might be a timing issue with the console, but I think those relay pads were working. I mean, we've been getting results with the reaction times. So
this is just more time for those guys in the 4-free to think about this. Right, I'm ready to go, and then you just hold. This is where the mental aspect comes into it, right? I mean, we tell our athletes all the time, you know, the sport, any sport is just as much mental as it is physical. Okay, so sounds like we're getting some word that there might be 2 disqualifications from that second heat, which could certainly change some things. Yeah. We'll try to get word as to what those were as soon as we can. But you can see, based on the pictures we're showing you now.
We had one in the 200 free relay.
Yep.
So medleys were clean. Medleys came back clean. I think I only saw one team in the final 2 heats really pushing them from my perspective. But again, we're at an angle. We're not right on top of that. So
looks like they're returning back to where they need to be. So I think we might be getting going here.
Now they'll notify those coaches. And again, it's not for these at home. You're watching at home. It's not uncommon to end the meet with some relay DQs because people are trying to go for points and get on that podium. It's not the way you want to end a meet. It's kind of like, you know, you're getting up and missing a few free throws at the end of a game, or you know, getting pop fly out in baseball. But it's part of the sport. I mean, it's something these guys can learn from, and you know, in college they're pretty common. Now, it's not like short track speed skating where they DQ half a field sometimes. So, not that wild. Let's see who they're talking here with.
Well, that's Coach Rick and one of the officials. Rick's on a few committees, though, so that might not necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know. He's not looking like he's happy, though. So, I can't tell from this.
But Coach Rick's pretty intense.
He's pretty stoic guy in general.
I'm not sure you still can see Coach Rick super happy all the time. I mean, he is, but he's a pretty intense dude.
So yeah, they're going over what got changed.
And this could too be a situation of what was submitted order-wise.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Did the card? Did they swim it differently?
Right. Did it not reflect what was actually swum in the race?
That happened at the international level. We had a 4x1 at Pam Pax disqualified because a relay card was turned in improperly.
So behind the scenes on this, what we're given as coaches on the high school level before the meet starts is we're given what our relays were swum at districts. And then what we have to do if there are any changes is we have to basically scribble out the name, put in the name of the person who is going to be swimming it, and then turn those cards in. I don't recall, because it's been so long since I've been on deck as a high school coach, I don't recall when you have to turn those in. I feel like it was before the meet started. But, again, that could have changed, or I could be misremembering that. But that's kind of how you're supposed to do this in regards to making relay changes is they give you a packet of things when you get here, and then you're required to make any changes. And all of those cards specifically have how you swam it at districts, because that's the only thing that the Iowa High School Association is going to know is what you swam at districts. And a lot of those changes will be made. I mean, I would argue that probably every team makes relay changes, at even slight relay changes to order or whatever before this meet starts. And so that's based off of this discussion, I feel like that's probably what this is. I don't think this is a simple DQ, because that would have been a simple discussion.
This should be what we call an administrative DQ.
And it looks like he's going through relay cards down there based on the pictures we're getting.
It's like Dave Wallace, very experienced official.
Dave's the one with no, Dave's not in there. That's 2 guys I don't know. Dave's the one here closest to the camera with the packet in his pocket there. Yeah. So yeah, as soon as we get word as to what's going on, we'll get it to you. Doesn't look like any of the coaches are surrounding him down there. So, and two, it's one of those situations where sometimes you have assistant coaches filling these out too.
So the other thing, NCAA's one year, the final heat of the 200 medley relay, there were 4 of the 8 teams got disqualified for early exchanges. So, men's NCAA's, we've seen that play out a lot.
I got to think that's not this though. No, I think this is simply something written down wrong.
Yep.
Because we'd be done by now if this was just a simple exchange.
We'd be done racing. We'd be in the awards. And delaying our trip over to Dubuque to coach our 13 over kids tonight. Well, you're announcing tonight, aren't you?
That's right. I just get to speak more.
You go back to the mic.
That's right. As if people didn't want to hear more of what I have to say.
I'm still waiting for your.
We haven't gotten
a sweet sassy.
I was just going to say we haven't gotten a sweet sassy.
The Ray Romano. I gave you my Howard Cosell and my Keith Jackson.
They're really testing our ability to fill airtime right now. I think we've done a great job thus far filling the airtime, but I'm not sure what else we can talk about here.
All right, who's ready?
Here we go.
All right. Just in the nick of time.
That's right. We were done.
Friends,
we were out.
You know what time it is. If you're upstairs, get on your feet, put those hands together, and let's send these guys in the season out the right way. Let's go. Let's go.
Lots of hair metal here at the end of the meet.
Corey's still got a lot of energy, too.
Yeah.
And if you're at home, just follow Corey's advice. Stand up and start cheering if you're at home. We won't know, but we'll think you're doing it. Yeah, do a couple jumping jacks, little calisthenics. We were there was a little break there, so you were just sitting, not doing much. Get up, get the blood flowing. Let's go.
Butler, Cole Wilson, and Liam McGrain. And 2 from Waukee, Lex Plagier, Hunter Davis, Dylan Alt, and John Trosper. And 3 from Valley, Jack Carver, Rowan Wall-Smith, Dylan Nelson, and Jacob Pins. And 4 from Pleasant Valley, Will Gorman, Caleb Stewart, Jamison Gray, and Owen Child. And 5 from Ames, Evan Fielmeyer, Ian McCorkle, Chris Fisher, and Josh Fisher. And 6 from Linmar, Hudson Hubert, Mason Turner, Colin Taylor, and Luke Kelly. And 7 from Bettendorf, Ricky Kilmer, Mateo Surma, Hudson Weaver, and Kiefer Romer. And in lane 8 from Iowa City West, Max Durkee, Hayden Hicks, Holden Carter, and Winston Fan. Mr. Starner.
Quick musical opinion. Best 30-second opening of any song ever, Hell's Bells. You just heard it.
That's on the Hawkeyes campus. People would agree with you.
Here we go.
We got a change in lane 1. I think that's John Butler leading them out there for Cedar Falls. So outside lane, they're going to try to get the rest of that relay set up with some nice water without a bunch of waves. Now the other thing, we noticed that something's changed since we swam. They can use those relay wedges or those wedges on those blocks to do a 2-step start.
What's interesting is you see, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but Pleasant Valley's got it down. They're not even using it.
And same thing over here with Bettendorf. They're going to do the
now, and that could simply be we don't have them at our home pool. We don't practice with them. We're not going to use them.
Or they're doing the old Texas 2-step. You're watching Linmar. They're going to do the step over. It's Mason Turner, their second leg.
Gorman out in 45.9. Linmar was out. Who let off Linmar? Huber?
Hudson, yeah.
They touched first.
Here comes Pleasant Valley.
Again, keep an eye on 2 and 3 for that team total. Waukee's got to beat Valley and also have a few spots in between them.
And it looks like Valley's eyeballing him here. I think Valley, too, will probably do pretty conservative relay exchanges. At least that would be my advice.
For sure, yep.
Right now, halfway, Pleasant Valley, 131.93 at the halfway mark. Followed closely, lane 8 making a run for that. That's Iowa City West. The hometown guys there, they had a good first 2 legs by Gerke and Hayden Hakes, who's coming fresh off that 500 free.
Like we said, PB is going to be tough to beat here with Childs on the end.
Now they're right together, though. 22s on both those guys.
Lane 8 here.
Yeah, West, Iowa City West. It's hard to see them on your monitor with everybody standing up, but lane 8's having a really good swim here for the hometown.
Trying to see who the anchor is down there for them.
And Bolts. And West takes over the lead. That's Hayden Hakes, who was unfortunately DQ'd in the 2IM last weekend. He only had that 500 free and made the most of that, getting second. He's going to move them into the lead here.
And remember, West was your 2 medley champ.
But you got to look out for Childs here underwater. He's got clean water. He's going to turn underwater. There it goes. 20.8. 20.8 out of extremely fast opening 50. Now it's tightening up between Valley and Waukee.
For third, yeah. Well, for over there, yeah. Third's tightening up between Ames, Linmar, and
Bettendorf. West is going to get second over there in lane 8 if those hold up. That's 3:03.06 by Pleasant Valley. They're going to take the win on that. Just off the state record of 3:02.3. Second place going to go to the hometown quartet from Iowa City West, the Trojan Bolts there. A couple swimmers from Liberty and Regina on that. 3:06.97, so that team has a couple high schools in it. Third place
was
Ames. Ames relay with a blistering anchor there, 3:08.14. And I think that does it. Valley beat Waukee there on the relay.
We don't want to spoil anything.
Well, let's see the results here.
Yeah.
Double check it. But
let's not spoil anything yet, but certainly looks like, based off of that, Valley's going to take home the team title.
I didn't see any jumps over there.
We just want people to keep tuning in.
Well, we still got the Swim of the Year awards and the coaching staff of the year awards too.
So relay champs today was Iowa City West, the medley, and then PB was 2 free, 4 free. Same four guys on both relays for PB.
So yeah, we'll get the official results there in that 4x1. Couple of highlights coming at you while we're waiting for those.
Got your 100 back para event first. This was the first time, again, remember, the first time this was ever swam at the state meet.
The last Paralympic race for the day.
For the 100 breaststroke, please make your way to the podium at this time.
We're going to get these highlights in, and then we'll get the awards for the 100 breaststroke right after this.
Jaden Lovelace there.
Yep, Lovelace and Nathaniel Crow were our 2 competitors in the 100 back.
See Lovelace happy with his time there. Nathaniel Crow with a good drop. He won a 2:00.
Yep, just over 2 minutes. Yep.
Your 100 back, your
B final, the 100 back.
Consolation final. You're going to see Mason Turner for Linmar. Good 200 backstroker. He's going to use a strong second 50 to win this heat, get 9th place, 51.79. Taking his talents to University
South
of
Beach?
South Dakota.
It's not LeBron taking it to South Beach?
Yep. Shout out to his teammates there, coaches.
The top 8 of the 100 breaststroke.
All right, we're going to cut in to listen to Corey for the top 8 of the 100 breast.
57.53. In 7th place, Eric Ding of Davenport West, 57.47. In 6th place, Sam Weaver of Cedar Falls, 57.11. Fifth place, Jake Hamling of Waukee with a time of 56:97. In fourth place, Parker Mako of Linmar with a time of 56:87. In third place, Kiefer Romer of Bettendorf with an All-American consideration time of 55:93. The runner-up is Klein Brock of Waukee with an All-American consideration time of 55.62. And your state champion in the 100 breaststroke with an All-American automatic time of 53:42, the senior from City High, Joe Polyak.
So Joe getting congratulated there by his fellow competitors and Coach Mandy Kowal from City High. As mentioned before, Joe attends Regina High School and swims with the shared program here in town.
So, got some results, and there's a couple of surprises. There were 3 disqualifications in the 4 free relay. Dubuque Senior.
Which is why they were meeting so long.
Yep, Dubuque Senior disqualified from Heat 3, and then there was 2 disqualifications from Heat 2, and it was Sioux City West and it was Hempstead. And so it's a great question off the. Now it looks like based off the relay exchanges that Sioux City West third swimmer left early, but with the Hempstead
from Pleasant Valley,
we get based off these times we get reports as to how quick the exchanges were. And based off the data, I don't know with Hempstead where that would have came from. If that was an administrative disqualification or what that was. Certainly would seem to think that.
There's a minus right there.
But isn't there a margin of error on those? I thought there was a certain margin of error on that. Like the Sioux City West one was .09. There's no margin of error there.
Coaches also make sure you.
Also, though, there's a dual confirmation that can override this.
But my question there would be that shouldn't have taken that long.
It did.
Yeah.
So, your top 8. So automatic All-American time for Pleasant Valley. We had 3 consideration cuts.
Top 8 relay teams.
Here they come.
Freestyle.
Coach with Corey Harsh.
Cedar Rapids, Washington, with a time of 3:10:36. Marcus Seifert, Josiah Wickham, Gavin Lucas, and Andrew Seifert. In 7th place is Waukee with a time of 3:10.32. Lex Plagier, Hunter Davis, Dylan Alt, and John Trosper. In 6th place, Valley with a time of 3:09:49. Jack Carver, Rowan Wall-Smith, Dylan Nelson, and Jacob Pins. In 5th place, Bettendorf with an All-American consideration time of 3:08:31. Ricky Zilmer, Mateo Surma, Hudson Weaver, and Kiefer Romer. In 4th place, Linmar with an All-American consideration time of 3:08:16. Hudson Huberg, Mason Turner, Colin Taylor, and Luke Kelly. In 3rd place, the team from Ames with the All-American consideration time of 3:08:14. Evan Fieldmeyer, Ian McCorkle, Chris Fisher, and Josh Fisher. Your runner-up is Iowa City West with an All-American consideration time of 3:06.79. Max Gerke, Hayden Hakes, Holden Carter, and Winston Fan. And your state champions of the 400 freestyle relay with an All-American automatic time of 3:03.06. The Spartans from Pleasant Valley, Will Gorman, Caleb Stewart, Jamison Gray, and Owen Childs.
So just a quick update on those disqualifications. It sounds like, at least for Hempstead's disqualification, there was dual confirmation, but it was dual confirmation with a human and a computer. So the computer had Powers leaving early. He was the second swimmer. And there was one official on deck who had the disqualification as well. So they used the dual confirmation as one human, one computer, which educated me because I thought it needed to be two humans.
Well, the top 8 kind of shook out as we expected. A couple consideration cuts there. State record was threatened, but it's going to withstand that today. But automatic All-American time there from Pleasant Valley. Consideration cuts for West, Iowa City West, Ames, Limar, and Bettendorf. So, and then we got West Des Moines Valley getting 6th, right ahead of Waukee. There's your team race. So I'm going to let the cat out of the bag here.
Uh-oh.
So now that that's official, you're top 10.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Just a few more awards to go here today.
Top 10.
The Iowa High School Swim Coaches Association selects a state coaching staff of the year from its membership each year.
Prediction?
I think
their peers select the staff based on today's meet and the season in general. The award today will be presented by Emily Snyder, Executive Committee Member of the Iowa High School Swim Coaches Association. The 2024 State Coaching Staff of the Year is from West Des Moines Valley with head coach Sean DeBoof, assisted by Kimberly Wharton, Steve Davis, and Adam Schultz.
Had to be, right?
And they're going to take that team title today, too. So while they're getting that award, I'm going to give you Dowling Catholic's going to be 10th. Ankeny's going to get in there for 9th. 8th place, Cedar Falls. Bettendorf, 7th. 6th place goes to Ames. 5th place will be Iowa City West. 4th place, Pleasant Valley with those strong relay performances. Limar is going to hold on to 3rd, 187.5 points. Waukee going to be 2nd, 219.5. Your champions also coaching staff of the year.
Swim Coaches Association selects the state athlete of the year.
Valley.
This person was chosen based on his performance at this year's state meet. Sean DeBoof will present the award on behalf of the Coaches Association. This year's recipient is the senior from Pleasant Valley, Owen Child.
Four titles. I mean, you have that
and
two records, right? And the oldest record we had.
The 2 records were impressive, and who they, just the people he took down. You know, those were national, level swimmers.
I mean, Andrew Van Meter was a dominant force in this state as a swimmer back when he was swimming.
Had a career that included stops at Minnesota and Tennessee. And Mark McLaughlin was no slouch. He was on junior national squad.
Yeah, I didn't mean to slight McLaughlin. I swam against Van Meter, so I remember his dominance.
Oh, I knew both those guys. You know, had great high school careers. Van Meter was so good underwater, which is what Owen had unleashed on these guys today too. But Valley's going to win the meet. 235 total points.
To the award stand where members of the Iowa High School Athletic Association Board of Control will present the Para-Team Championship Trophy. Your team champions of the 2024 Para-State Swimming Meet is Williamsburg and their coach, Jan Severins.
Well, congratulations to Coach Severins. She's worked really hard to get that program where it is. I got a chance to work with her last year to host a meet up in Cedar Rapids, and she had 2 para swimmers here. Both of them had some good time drops. Coaches out there just off I-80 at Williamsburg High School. They got a 6-lane, 25-yard pool, and I actually raced at that a little bit when I was first getting into coaching.
2 athletes for Williamsburg, Nathaniel Crow. I want to recognize them, Nathaniel Crow and James Duncan, both seniors. So congratulations to them on the team title. They had a couple individual titles as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, call your attention to the award stand where members of the Iowa High School Athletic Association Board of Control will present trophies to the top 3 teams. In third place, Linmar and head coach Ian Hoover Grindy.
Congratulations to Linmar on their 3rd place finish. Guys will go get their trophy. So nice to put in the old trophy case back at school.
Yeah.
And go back, 10-year your high school reunion and point to that and go, I was a part of that. Get Waukee
in second place, Waukee and head coach Dan Briggs.
A lot of good swims out of the Warriors and their other members from the 2 high schools there, not Waukee, Northwoods High School. Had a good run, too, of a couple state titles. That streak will get snapped today by Valley. And like I was saying earlier, a lot of these guys swim with on club teams with the guys from Valley, so they'll all shuffle together their training the next couple weeks when they return to the club level. And there'll be a new pool in that area. Waukee Northwoods will have that 50-meter complex, so
they'll split that between the 2 teams?
Yeah. It's supposed to be this year, but then the
pool construction generally doesn't go as planned.
Pool time became an issue because they use the Waukee YMCA to train. And there's a club team there.
Champions of the 2024 state swimming meet, the Tigers from Valley, West Des Moines, and head coach Sean DeBoof.
And Sean will get a nice bath here. It's the obligatory jumping into the pool as the state champs.
Coach Kim and his assistants are milling around down there, so great effort today, led by Jacob Pins and his 2 titles. Strong relay efforts, but they scored points all over the place. Dylan Nelson,
this is Valley's 3rd state.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see
DeBoof's 2nd as a head coach.
How many state titleists or state team champs don't win a relay?
Well,
historically speaking. That speaks to their depth, right? I mean, that speaks to the depth of the team, that they're able to win. I mean,
besides breaststroke, they scored points.
Won by 15 points without a relay championship.
Yeah, but besides breaststroke, they put up points in.
Right. Which is, again, speaks to the depth of that team. And it's not 1 or 2 guys. It's the team.
And the 500 free. I mean, they all dropped time, including the state record. They won the consies and the final. 100 back, they look good. I mean, you could see those guys were healthy and hitting their tapers today. And really, the guys that didn't get in drop time. Their breaststrokers swam well. Dylan Leopard, I watched him, former club kid that I coached. He had a good time yesterday, but they had enough parity in the other events.
Congratulations again.
That they pulled this off today.
Relay state champions along with your team champions, the Tigers from Valley, West Des Moines.
It's another year, Don. Terrific job by you.
Hey, I appreciate you helping out, Jake. I think we're a little better this year than last.
Yeah, saw some.
Including your back.
Yeah, that's right. Saw some state records go down today. A lot of great individual performances, and they'll carry those over to their club season now for most of these guys, and we'll see a lot of these guys back next year.
Yeah, we'll see them the next couple weeks.
That's for sure. Yeah.
So
I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us this weekend, Friday night and today. You have been watching Boys State swimming coverage on KCRG 9.2, and we'll see you next year.